Chapter 57. An expert would pay attention to qi, a dynasty would have its luck, and a sect would have its atmosphere. There were 3 sects in the world. Mount Longhu was highly regarded by the Liang dynasty and had been the leader of the orthodoxy for hundreds of years. Each of the 4 celestial masters was more profound than the other. Mount Longhu produced many geniuses. In almost every generation, there would be 1 or 2 geniuses who had the potential to become the sect leader. In the last 100 years, there was Guhong, who wrote the Tai Chi Jin Dan, who denounced external alchemy as a heretical school. She wrote a voluminous 200,000 incantations, pointing the spearhead at Wudong, criticizing Wudong's Danding Pai until it was completely black and blue. 50 years ago, there was Qi Xuanjin who single-handedly slaughtered 6 demon sect protectors. It was a pity that until the demon-slaying platform of Mount Longhu, this Shinran was never able to compete with Wang Xianji. Otherwise, the title of number 1 wouldn't be empty. 30 years ago, there was a celestial master protector who was proficient in internal alchemy. He forcibly extended the old emperor's lifespan by 15 years. It was rumored that this was a method of exchanging one's life for another. This celestial master, who once said in his prime that he would live for 60 years, passed away before reaching 70. However, he brought 100 years of glory to Mount Longhu. 10 years ago, there was a debate between Buddhism and Taoism that lasted 100 days. In the end, it was decided by an unknown Taoist from Mount Longhu. His eloquence was brilliant, and his teachings were exquisite. The 2 Zen temples who had victory in their grasp could only admit defeat. As for Wudong, it seemed that in the last 100 years, there wasn't anyone or anything worth mentioning. Where did the grand atmosphere come from? If Wang Zhongluo hadn't cultivated the great yellow courtyard, this mountain would have been forgotten by the world except for the devout Baoyang pilgrims. There were still big and small lotus peaks, jade pillars, and the black tortoise. Today, Hong Shixiang was concocting pills with the oldest senior on the mountain, Song Jiming. However, it wasn't the Blue Cloud Peak with the largest pill furnace in the world, but rather the Little Lotus Peak. The bronze furnace was only half the height of a person. It didn't consume much charcoal, sulfur, or Dan stones. They didn't pick a good day, didn't build an altar or draw scrolls, and didn't set up any treasured swords or ancient mirrors to ward off evil spirits. From an outsider's point of view, it didn't look like they were concocting pills at all. But Song Jiming was extremely nervous, 100 times more so than when he was on the Blue Cloud Peak. He squatted on the ground and personally controlled the fire, not even noticing that his 2 strands of white eyebrows were drooping to the ground. At Song Jiming's age, he had concocted countless pills, and many of them were sent to the hands of high officials and dignitaries through various channels, even to the imperial relatives in the capital. The Knowing Destiny pill was quite famous throughout the dynasty, but the old man knew that concocting pills was like cultivating the Tao. His comprehension was limited, and he lacked the perfect harmony of yin and yang. Therefore, when the Taiji Golden Pill was first published, Song Jiming could only smile bitterly, unable to refute it. But after little junior brother came up the mountain and read all the books, he found a new path. He didn't restrict himself to inner and outer elixirs, and cultivated both inner and outer elixirs. Therefore, in these years of concocting pills, it wasn't Song Jiming who taught Hong Shixiang how to subdue dragons and tigers, but senior brother who was willing to be the fire boy for little junior brother. In the eyes of His Royal Highness, this bull rider was the most idle person, but in the eyes of all the senior brothers, Hong Shixiang was the reincarnation of the Zhenwu great emperor who had a chance to turn the tide. In the eyes of the sect leader Wang Zhongluo, the 4,000-word deed of thorough comprehension was the most profound secret scripture in the 500 years of Taoism. How was it teaching people how to concoct pills? It was teaching people how to attain the supreme great Tao. Wang Zhongluo never hid anything, and it was precisely these 4,000 words that gave him the confidence to practice the Great Yellow Court Pass. There was also the fist technique that Su Fengnian learned, which was clearly the highest realm of combining the Jade Pillar Mantra and Wudong swordsmanship. It wasn't found in the pavilion of scriptures, as Hong Shixiang said, but was comprehended by this young grand martial uncle in his boring daily divinations. It was the most compatible with the Tao of heaven. How would the young Taoist priest know how shocking his actions were? Perhaps even if he knew, with his cowardly character of being scolded by His Royal Highness every day as a coward, he would only nag that the bottom of the mountain was too scary, and that he wouldn't leave the mountain until he became #1 in the world. Hong Shixiang furrowed his brows as he stared at the pill cauldron. He suddenly pulled Senior Brother Song and shouted, "Retreat!" Song Jiming knew something was wrong. No matter how precious a cauldron of pills that cost countless gold and silver was, how could it compare to Junior Brother? He immediately rolled up his sleeves, bringing Hong Shixiang with him as he swiftly floated backwards. With a boom, the pill cauldron exploded. The entire Wudong sect heard this ear-piercing boom. Thick green smoke could be seen rising in spirals from all the Taoist temples and palaces on the various mountain peaks. They didn't make a fuss about it, and, after looking up and seeing this smoke, they continued to work. Our Grand Marshal Uncle is being naughty again. On Little Lotus Peak, the two Marshal brothers were in a very sorry state. The cuffs of Song Jiming's Taoist robe had become rags, but in any case, he was still able to protect the main culprit, Junior Brother. Hong Shixiang ran over to the bronze pill cauldron. This cauldron was personally forged by him, bit by bit. Moreover, the number of pilgrims in Wudong sect these past few years have been declining day by day. The mountain was famous for being short on money. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Song opening the cauldron day and night at Clear Sky Peak and not missing any good day to refine pills, he would have long been so poor that his bell would have rung. After all, Wudong sect wasn't Mount Longhu. Although it wasn't difficult to be self-sufficient on this mountain, if one wanted to do more things, they really didn't have the strength. Hong Shixiang's thoughts were simple, but that didn't mean he was an idiot who didn't understand the ways of the world. If he treated returning to one's original simplicity as childish, then there really wouldn't be any smart people in this world. Hong Shixiang naturally knew why sect leader Shixiang invited His Royal Highness to Wudong, but he didn't reject it like Senior Brother Wang. Hong Shixiang squatted down and looked at the muddy medicinal pills in the broken cauldron. He stretched out 2 fingers and picked up a bit. He brought it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He frowned and said, "It's still far away." "Third Shixiang, it seems I'll have to borrow your cauldron. When the time comes, don't scold me. Senior Brother Wang already won't let me go to his bamboo forest. If I also can't go to Clear Sky Peaks, The amiable-looking Song Jiming looked at his junior brother's bitter face and chuckled. "Well said." Hong Shixiang suddenly looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Song Jiming remembered a small matter from many years ago and joked, "Junior brother, this year you've been trying to worm your way into being friends with His Royal Highness. What? You can't bear to part with that red-clothed girl surnamed Sue. If I remember correctly, that year when that little girl went up the mountain in a snowy day wrapped in red, your eyes were glued to her." Hong Shixiang smiled bitterly. "Third Shixiang, even you came? Now only Senior Brother Wang hasn't laughed at me. At that time I was only 14. What did I know?" Song Jiming smiled and asked, "How old are you this year?" Hong Shixiang, who never remembered this, carefully counted on his fingers. 24? 25? Song Jiming smiled playfully. "Then you remember clearly that you saw that girl when you were 14? Hong Shixiang didn't speak and continued to stare blankly at the sky. That year in Bailiang Palace, led by the Pillar State Su Shao, nearly 100 people went up the mountain. At that time, the Pillar State had just conquered half of Jianghu. Everyone in the world was waiting for the Bailiang cavalry to crush Wudong as well. But they didn't expect that on this trip up the mountain, Su Shao didn't want to tear down the memorial arch of the Black Tortoise in prosperity, but only burn incense. From a small group of people he brought to Wudong, it was clear that the eldest daughter, Su Jihu, had just grown up, the second daughter, Su Weisheng, whose poetry and literary talent had begun to shake the world, Su Fingyan, who had an inexplicable yin shi, and Su Longxiang, who had always been simple-minded. After going up the mountain, the 4 children of the Pillar State began to wander around. Among them, Su Weisheng was the most domineering and arrogant. She carved the words "banished to 3,000 li" on the back of the Jinwu great emperor statue. The words were crooked, but it was enough to show her loftiness. Wudong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they found out, not even daring to say half a harsh word. The elder sister, Su Jihu, on the other hand, didn't do anything out of line. She wandered around aimlessly and finally saw a little Taoist boy riding an ox. The first thing she said upon meeting him was, "Hey, little Taoist boy, how old are you?" The little Taoist boy on the back of the green ox thought for a long time with a red face. By the time he was sure of his age, the exceptionally eye-catching red-clothed girl in the snow had already walked away impatiently. Only Hong Shixiang, who was already the youngest martial granduncle of Wudong at that time, was left behind. He muttered, 14. The second time they met, she was about to get married thousands of li away in Jiangnan. The red-crowned crane circled in the sky. It was a paradise on earth. Near the turtle camel tablet on the little lotus peak, she saw Hong Shixiang. She smiled and asked, "Hey, little Taoist boy, this mountain is so boring. Why don't you marry me? How interesting." His face was still red, and he couldn't say a single word. Afterwards, there was no afterwards. They never saw each other again. He only knew that her name was Su Jihu, and that she liked to wear a dazzling red dress. In the end, he only heard her mutter to herself one day, "I really want to ride a yellow crane." Hong Shixiang once again pinched his fingers. He made an exception and counted twice a day. He was counting whether or not he could leave the mountain in this lifetime. He was counting whether or not he could ride a crane down to Jiangnan. He didn't know that if he could leave the mountain in such a way that no one before or after him could do so, he would definitely be treated as an immortal. The peak of Wudong Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds. One could faintly hear the sound of thunder. Hong Shixiang suddenly raised his head and stood up, looking in the direction of the hanging immortal peak. Chapter 58. On the little lotus peak, Song Jiming discovered that his second martial brother Chen Yao, fourth martial brother Yuxing Ruwei, and fifth martial brother Wang Xiaoping, who were in charge of the Tao of virtue and purity, had all gathered behind him. Together with his junior martial brother Hong Shixiang, they looked in the direction of the hanging immortal coffin. They saw a man riding an ox madly galloping towards the tortoise camel tablet. With a single leap, he stood on top of the tablet, his 10 fingers moving in a daze. Although his junior martial brother was unable to remember his own age, his attainments in the art of divination were profound. He was thoroughly familiar with the 4 classics of the Book of Changes and had mastered them through a comprehensive study. In the field of divination, he was far superior to his senior martial brothers of the same generation. Even the headmaster of the previous generation, who had divined that the black tortoise would prosper for 500 years, admitted his inferiority. Sweat seeped out of Hong Shixiang's forehead as he fell onto the tablet. The group of senior apprentice brothers also became nervous. Yuxing Ruwei stood under the tortoise camel tablet and carefully asked, "Is there change?" Hong Shixiang wiped his sweat and smiled evilly. "There's no mistake about it. It's just that this thunderstorm is smaller than I expected. It's not enough to scare those sneaky people from Mount Longhu." Yuxing Ruwei and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They looked at each other and smiled. Their eldest brother had cultivated the Great Yellow Court and had already spread the word. Their arch-rival, Mount Longhu, naturally wanted to send people over to investigate. They hoped that Wudong's sect was just putting on a show of strength out of desperation, and that their eldest brother had quietly come out of seclusion. The people from Mount Longhu, who had been hiding on Mount Longhu since a long time ago, probably did not think much of it. They thought that Wudong's sect's so-called cultivation of the Great Yellow Court was just a publicity stunt. Their youngest brother was so angry that he purposely picked a day like today. It was Wudong's sect's Jinwu Demon Subduing Day, which happened once every few decades. The Dahuang Ting Pass, in short, was the formation of the Dahuang Ting Pass in the hut. The tortoise drew qi to the spiritual root, and the qi dynamic resonated with the heaven and earth. Taoist priests were called Jinren, from the ancient saying in the Dahuang Ting Sutra, "Immortals and Taoist priests are not gods, They accumulate energy and qi and believe it to be true. Only after cultivating the De Huang Ting Pass could one be considered a Zhenren. Nowadays, people like to call any Taoist priest a Zhenren whenever they saw one. Buddhism and Taoism have been fighting for hundreds of years, but there was one thing that was extremely common, and that was that Buddhism and Taoism came from the world. They cultivated the ways of the world and did not advocate the level of martial arts. Therefore, when Qi Xianzhu, who was widely recognized as having boundless supernatural powers, appeared in Longhu Mountain back then, his reputation was like the sun in the sky, but he only subdued demons and exorcised devils, and did not compete with Wang Xinji for fame. A few years ago, Wang Zhongluo broke the Kanglan Sea with one finger, and was listed as one of the top 10 masters by busybodies. Longhu Mountain despised and spurned him, and said a lot of unpleasant things in public and semi-public. Even the immature little Taoist children in Longhu Mountain were reciting a song about the Wudong sect leader. In this regard, Wang Zhongluo did not argue, and did not say anything. After breaking the river and saving the people who fell into the water, he went up the mountain to cultivate the yellow courtyard. Yu Xingrui smiled and asked, "Little junior brother, how much of the yellow courtyard can His Royal Highness achieve?" Hong Xixiang sighed and said, "About 50 to 60%. Yu Xingrui said in shock, "Then doesn't this child's internal energy surpass Wudong's?" Hong Xixiang shook his head and said, "That still needs a long time to digest." Chen Yao said helplessly, "These days, Wudong has spent a lot of effort to expand Su Fengyan's meridians and acupoints, wasting countless medicinal pills. It's like digging a deep pool in his body, and the sect leader senior brother's internal energy is like the waterfall of the hanging immortal peak, rushing down, full to the point of overflowing. Absorbing half of it is already a great fortune. This is also good. Big senior brother can still leave half of the yellow courtyard." Hong Xixiang still shook his head. "Not necessarily." Chen Yao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hong Xixiang revealed a secret that the sect leader Wang Zhongluo told him before he went into seclusion. Back then, sect leader senior brother cultivated according to the acupoints of His Royal Highness. So no matter how much of His Royal Highness can accept in the end, big senior brother's yellow courtyard will only disperse. Not a drop will be left. Yu Xingrui's face was pale. He muttered, "What should we do? What should we do?" Chen Yao smiled bitterly. "Why bother sect leader senior brother? No matter how weak our Wudong is, we don't have to be so afraid of that great pillar country." Wang Xiaoping looked at the sky, turned around, and left. Hong Xixiang did not even turn his head. He only said softly, "Little senior brother Wang, don't go to the yellow courtyard peak to find trouble with the Taoists of Mount Longhu. It will ruin your pure heart of the sword. If you don't kill people who don't deserve to be killed, once an exception is made, the Shinna sword will be entangled by the inner demon, overshadowing the Xinji sword will. In this life, little senior brother Wang will gradually drift away from the path of the sword. The harder you work, the further you will drift away." Wang Xiaoping paused for a moment. It was only a slight pause. Then his heart was free of worries. He still carried the Shinda sword on his back and left. In the elephant washing pool, His Royal Highness, who had pierced into the deep pool to pick pebbles to use as chess pieces, slowly bent down and groped around at the bottom of the pool, except that his speed was slightly slower than walking on land, other than that there was nothing unusual. The pool was 1,000 feet deep. It was even colder than the bottom of the lake in the prince's mansion. Su Fengyan thought that he had only learned how to swim. He did not know that this strange breath-holding was the same as the Taoist's return to the origin breath. Not to mention that Su Fengyan's internal energy was still thin. He still found the right path. The difference was huge. From afar, a mountain man could not compare to a mountain climber. But after climbing a mountain and not finding the path, he could not compare to a person who found the path. As for the thousands of paths up the mountain, which path to take and which step to reach, it all depended on fate, opportunity, and personal hard work. Su Fengyan picked up a dozen or so smooth pebbles. He was not in a hurry to float to the surface of the water. Looking at the scenery at the bottom of the pool was also very interesting. Otherwise, His Royal Highness would not often go to the bottom of the lake to visit the white-haired old man. It's just that the pool was deep and serene. The scenery he could see when he looked up or down was blurry. Su Fengyan did not know about the thunder and lightning on the summit of Mount Wudong. He only felt that the waterfall's power had increased a bit. The bottom of the pool was getting colder and more unbearable. Walking to the edge of the huge rock rooted at the bottom of the pool, Su Fengyan carried his spoils of war and sprinted to the surface of the lake. Above the elephant washing pool, a white waterfall poured down like a vase of guanyin. Wudong sect leader Wang Zhongluo flew to the huge rock, bent his knees, and sat down. Looking at the bottom of the pool, he smiled slightly, closing his eyes, gently exhaling, gently inhaling. The mist on the surface of the water rose and diffused. Chapter 59. As the leader of one of the three major Taoist sects in the world, the old Taoist priest did not have many ups and downs in his life. He was born poor and lonely. In order not to starve to death, he was sent to the mountain by his parents at the age of 12. Other than morning and evening classes, he was on duty at the Taishu temple. Every day, he swept the floor until the incense burned out. Day after day, year after year. At that time, his master, Chen Yingning, had not yet become the leader of Wudong, but he had more than 20 disciples. Among them, Wang Zhongluo's aptitude was below average. He was only willing to immerse himself in reading scriptures. When he swept the floor, he would hold an introductory classic. Only at the age of 24 was he qualified to read the fortune of pilgrims. At the age of 40, he could barely be considered to have achieved a small success in Taoism. Therefore, when the previous leader, Chen Yingning, passed away and Wang Zhongluo took over Wudong, the world was in an uproar. At that time, even Mount Longhu had not heard of this middle-aged Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, most of the immortals of Wudong's generation had amazing skills when they were young, but stopped when they were old. Only the inconspicuous Wang Zhongluo gradually reached the Great Way and skyrocketed. Wang Zhongluo waved his sleeves. His Taoist robe surged and fluttered. It actually managed to pull the waterfall that was falling down with great force over. The waterfall tilted like a bridge. The deed of thorough comprehension surpassed the Taoist classic, the verses of Old Man on the River, which proposed that the 5 viscera hid the spirit. It was in the first sentence, 3 parts, 8 scenes, and 24 spirits. The old immortal breathed into his dantian, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. He was full of spirit. His whole person was like the Taoist immortals described in the classics when they immortalized, shining brightly. Wang Zhongluo was silently reciting. The 5-colored clouds swirled in the evening mist. I closed my eyes and looked at each other. Only then did I know that my body was a paradise. So the yellow court was a blessed land. Yellow robes with purple stripes and dragon and tiger seals. Spirit and life depend on Taishian. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, and 4 qi are connected. The world loves grains and the 5 tastes. Only I eat the taiha, yin yang qi alone. 2 water kings were born from the same school, making people live forever in the 9 heavens. With every sentence, the old Taoist priest spat out a golden aura from his mouth, lingering between heaven and earth. In the end, a total of 81 golden auras wrapped around the main waterfall and crashed into the deep pool together. When Su Fengyan was halfway up, he felt that something was wrong with the lake. First, it was getting colder, then it was boiling hot. So he increased his speed. The most frightening thing was that he could vaguely see a water column in the sky rushing straight at him. Su Fengyan gritted his teeth and went against the flow, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the water dragon and the treacherous golden lake surface. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. The surface of the lake seemed to be covered with a huge lid that weighed 1,000 pounds. It was impossible to lift it with human strength. Su Fengyan's consciousness gradually became blurry. He still held tightly onto the pebble that he was going to use the green water pavilion sword formula to carve a chess piece. In his unconsciousness, he suddenly remembered the words of his second sister, Su Weisheng, who doesn't burn in the furnace of heaven and earth. He also remembered how he almost drowned in the lake when he was young and playful. He also remembered the first time he used a knife to kill someone. Was he going to die? Su Fengnian fainted. The pebbles in his hand fell to the ground. Wang Xiaoping went a haunting peak, but did not kill anyone. The three from Mount Longhu tactfully left the mountain. The sword maniac sword was truly terrifying. It wasn't that the three of them didn't have the strength to fight back, but Wang Xiaoping had all the advantages on Mount Wudong. Her chances of winning were too slim. Wang Xiaoping came to the elephant washing pool and sat down with his eyes closed. The Peachwood on his knees jumped and buzzed. His Royal Highness was held up by the golden aura. He floated above the waterfall crashing down on his head. Wang Xiaoping did not look. With his temper, he wanted to cut the waterfall in half. This waterfall was his senior brother's lifetime of cultivation. One day and night later, the thunderstorm stopped. The atmosphere on the mountain was fresh. His Royal Highness was carried by Hong Shixiang to the hut. In the middle of his forehead, there was a red date mark. Wang Xiaoping went down the mountain with his sword. Hong Shixiang and Wang Zhongluo came near the tortoise camel tablet. The old Taoist priest looked normal, but Hong Shixiang knew very well that his senior brother was in his twilight years. He had at most 2 or 3 years left. The young martial granduncle said bitterly, "Must Wudong rise like this?" The old Taoist priest said calmly with a smile, "Not necessarily. It's just that whether I cultivate the great yellow courtyard or not, what's the benefit to Wudong? We can't always stand in the latrine and not take a shit. Having me as the Taoist priest is really a big use for a small talent. You have a light personality that goes with the flow. Me doing this can give you a bit of pressure. It's always a good thing. Look, even your little senior brother Wang has gone down the mountain. If nothing goes wrong with his talent in this trip, he will be able to suppress the Wu family sword tomb. When the time comes, you'll be on the mountain and he'll be at the foot of the mountain. Let's not talk about our master's black tortoise will rise for 500 years. In any case, we'll have more incense money. You've been wearing this Taoist robe for 7 or 8 years, and you can't even bear to change it. When the time comes, you'll be able to change into a new one." Hong Shixiang squatted on the ground and sighed again and again. He said helplessly, "You only dare to say this to me. If the other senior brothers hear this, they'll be angered to death." The old Taoist priest laughed loudly, without any dispirited or dejected expression. Hong Shixiang was silent. He held his chin and looked at the distant mountain in a daze. Wang Zhongluo said softly, "Su Fengnian's evil tendencies are strong, but he's not a bad person. I won't say much about your association with him. I'm just afraid that in the future, Jianghu and the imperial court will not be peaceful." Hong Shixiang said softly, "I can't control that." Wang Zhongluo sat beside his junior brother and said guiltily, "Once I let go, you won't be able to leave the mountain for the time being. Do you resent your senior brother?" Hong Shixiang laughed. "Of course I resent you. But if you don't let me be the sect leader, I won't resent you." Wang Zhongluo snorted, "Don't even think about it. If you resent me, then resent me. When the time comes, I won't be able to see or hear you. Go ahead and resent me." Hong Shixiang shook his head. "Senior brother, can't you act like a sect leader a little?" The old Taoist priest did not agree. He was not those old fellows of Mount Longhu. Everyone below immortals were humans. Seniority and status were all empty things. If one could not uphold virtue and stand up for himself, everything was just an external object that could not be brought into the coffin. Why bother to put on a stern face and look at people for decades? Wang Zhongluo suddenly said softly, "Junior brother, let's have a competition? It's been many years since we've had a competition." It's a competition." Hong Shixiang looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He said nervously, "That's not good, right?" The old sect leader tried to goad him. "You don't dare?" Hong Shixiang said with youthful vigor, "Then let's have a competition." 2 of Wudong's most senior Taoist priests were at the edge of Little Lotus Peak's cliff, doing a shocking thing. Peeing. The old sect leader sighed. "Back then, I peed 10 feet in the wind, but now I'm old and my shoes are wet. I'm old. I can't help but admit defeat." Hong Shixiang laughed loudly. "How is it?" Farther than you, right? The old sect leader patted his junior brother's shoulder and said earnestly, "This matter, when Master lost me back then, he told me that if I lose to junior brother one day, I can put down my burden." Hong Shixiang's face was bitter. The old Taoist priest looked into the distance and sighed. "It's not about the height of the mountain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day when Wudong prospers." Hong Shixiang nodded and wanted to sneak over to pat his senior brother's shoulder. There was a bit on his hand just now. He had to wipe it clean. Why did his senior brother pat his shoulder? Hong Shixiang was clear about it. The old sect leader skillfully dodged and said angrily, "Your Taoist robe is older than mine. Senior brother's is brand new." Hong Shixiang withdrew his hand and said angrily, "That's too unfair." The Wudong sect leader laughed heartily and left Little Lotus Peak. From afar, he said, "Junior brother, if you really go down the mountain in the future, you have to be more imposing and give your senior brother some face." Chapter 60. When Su Fengyin woke up, he had a splitting headache. He sat up shakily and picked up the bamboo flask from the bedside to drink some spring water. He went to the table to pick up the Celadon bottle and poured in the last 2 pills. He drank the cold water from the bamboo flask in one gulp. The headache lessened, and he immediately felt refreshed. He caught a glimpse of the embroidered winter saber lying on top of a pile of secret manuals. He reached out to grab it and heard the saber vibrate with the sound of metal and stone. Only then did he realize that the Jinshi in his body was circulating and nourishing his bones, as if he had endless strength. Su Fengyin subconsciously wanted to pull out the saber, but he suppressed this impulse. When he arrived outside the hut, he saw the bull rider making a fire in front of the stove and cooking a pot of winter bamboo shoots. Su Fengyin asked, "Did you steal those chess pieces of mine?" The young Shishizu pretended to be stupid and said, "I don't know." Su Fengyin frowned. Before he even pulled out his saber to threaten him, the bull rider ran away with a guilty conscience. He had dug out 2 to 3 caddies of winter bamboo shoots with great difficulty, but running for his life was more important. He did not have time to care about the delicious winter bamboo shoots. Su Fengyin walked to the stove and cooked the winter bamboo shoots. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and slowly ate it clean. Only then did he go to the cave under the immortal hanging peak and found a small pile of uncarved pebbles. He must have been the bull rider to make up for his mistake. He smiled and sat down against the wall. Following the superior sword style described in the Greenwater Pavilion sword practice record of Jiazi, he used the embroidered winter saber to carve the chess pieces. However, the first strike was too fast, and the hard pebbles were cut in half. Su Fengyin was stunned for a moment. He was no longer in a hurry to use the saber. He sat down cross-legged and meditated, breathing in and out. Along the way, Su Fengyin had already noticed that his 5 senses were unusually sensitive. At this moment, he felt that the divine qi in his body was abundant and clear. He felt a bit of a mysterious empathy for the Taoist chant of breathing in and out is embryonic breathing. Su Fengyin opened his eyes and said to himself, "This is the great yellow courtyard?" The bull rider cautiously appeared at the entrance of the cave and smiled. "This is the great yellow courtyard. His Royal Highness can't be wasted." Su Fengyin mocked himself. What a waste. The one riding the bull shook his head and laughed. "You said that too early." Su Fengyin calmly said, "There are several hundred books in the thatched cottage. If I give them all to Wudong, will you accept them?" The young grandmaster laughed foolishly. "Keep." Su Fengyin laughed and said, "From now on, I will give Wudong Mountain 1,000 taels of gold as incense money every year. Do you dare to accept it?" The one riding the bull thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. "I wouldn't dare." Su Fengyin laughed it off and waved his hand, indicating that the bull rider could disappear. Hong Shixiang left the room and walked back in. He said softly, "His Royal Highness, don't hold a grudge against me for stealing your chess piece." Su Fengyin said softly, "Get lost." Su Fengyin spent half a day getting used to the strength of the knife. Then he went to carve the chess pieces. The shape was round and smooth. Looking at the 2 piles of black and white chess pieces, he let out a long sigh of relief. He accidentally blew the chess pieces into a mess, and the black and white pieces mixed together. Su Fingyin scolded him in the Western Shu dialect. He packed up again and went to the purple bamboo forest. He chopped 2 luan purple bamboo and carried them back to the thatched cottage. After splitting them, he spent a day weaving 2 chest boxes. To be able to do this, he had honed his mediocre skills from 3 years of traveling and weaving straw sandals. After putting the 361 chess pieces into the boxes, Su Fingyin looked at the thatched cottage where the secret manuals had not been moved. He then hung the knife on his waist and carried the chess boxes out of the cottage. He looked at the deserted vegetable garden. The 2 made sweet potato and bluebird were waiting quietly by the side. There was only Hong Shixiang and Wudong to send him off. It was almost the same as the welcoming party of only 2 people in the beginning. As expected, Hong Shixiang sent him to the memorial archway with the words Xuanwu Dang Xing. Su Fingyin had already seen the 200 Bailiang cavalry in their armor. He looked back at Lianhua Peak and asked without rhyme or reason, "What's the saying again?" Sweet Potato smiled sweetly and said, 60 years in the mountain is 1,000 years in the world. Su Fingyin smiled and said, "Has that white fox face in the tide-listening pavilion reached the 3rd floor yet?" Sweet Potato shook her head and said softly, "Not yet. Everyone in Wudong Garden is betting on this. I bet there's still 1.5 years left. I bet 6 taels of silver. Green Ant and the others think it will be later." Su Fingyin sat in the carriage and said, "Then I bet 10 taels of silver that white fox face will reach the 3rd floor in 1 year." Sweet Potato massaged his Royal Highness' shoulders while Su Fingyin leaned against her chest. He opened the chess box and rubbed a chess piece with 2 fingers. He closed his eyes and said softly, "More important." Sweet Potato, whose natural body fragrance would fade in the winter, made a sound of agreement. Her eyes glanced at Bluebird in Wutong Garden, who did not get along with her the most. Bluebird did not say anything. She only looked at His Royal Highness's forehead. Her eyes were bright and full of spirit. The thoughts of her 2 personal maidservants were unspoken. The 200 cavalrymen entered Liangzhou. The people on the main road consciously dispersed. Su Fingyin stopped the carriage halfway and asked Sweet Potato to buy some soy sauce beef to satisfy her appetite. The cooked meat here was the most delicious. The beef was the best in Bailiang. The secret sauce was second to none. The amount of ingredients such as yellow sauce, cinnamon, ginger, star anise, and other ingredients was just right. Not to mention the other ingredients. Just the old soy sauce on the table alone was enough to make many diners want to steal it after eating the soy sauce. But they never succeeded. In the past, Su Fingyin, Li Hanlin, Yin Qiji, and a few other bad friends would come here to eat to their heart's content after committing crimes. Li Hanlin was even more tyrannical and cruel. He almost moved the entire century-old shop back. If it were not for Su Fingyin's pleading with the old shopkeeper, whose face was covered in tears and snot, the people in the city would not be able to eat this authentic dish. Of course, it was mainly to take care of their own picky tastes. The most interesting thing was not the soy sauce beef, but the delicate little girl in the shop. It was said that she was the daughter of a distant relative of the shop owner. In short, their relationship could be thousands of miles away. Surprisingly, the girl returned to the city for the first time 5 or 6 years ago with a rope in her hand. It was led by a big black and white cat that looked like a bear, but it was not a cat. Later, the learned scholars of Liangzhou cited the classics and discovered that it was the bai-beast that only existed in Western Shu. Its nickname was the panda. The ancient books recorded that the bai-beast liked to eat copper and iron. However, in recent years, no one had heard of it stealing the ironware in the neighborhood. Instead, they often saw the girl holding bamboo sticks and bamboo leaves in her hand. After returning from his travels, Su Fingyin never saw the girl and the big cat again. When he went to the shop to eat beef during his travels, he loved to tease the girl. Li Hanlin tried to steal soy sauce several times, but she would hit his hand with a bamboo stick. If it were not for His Royal Highness stopping him, the little girl would have been thrown into the animal cage together with her pet. When Su Fingyin was waiting for the beef, he saw an old beggar leaning against the wall in the distance, shivering. His face was ashen, and he was hungry and cold. He was not far from death. The rich all liked winter. Even if their homes could not afford the charcoal-consuming earth heating, they could wear comfortable and luxurious mink coats, which gave them more face when they went out. However, all the poor people in the world were most afraid of this season. Chapter 61. In addition to the old beggar in ragged clothes, Su Fingyin saw a delicate figure squatting there. Beside her stood a young Buddhist monk wearing a light red kasaya. Su Fingyin did not know what the monk said, but the young monk hurriedly ran away. Su Fingyin frowned and said, "Although there are many Buddhist sects, the rules of wearing kasayas are similar. How can a young monk wear such a color monk robe? This is something that only a preaching monk can wear. Is a young monk qualified to preach the sutras to others? Moreover, shouldn't monks wear a shawl when they go out? Why is that novice monk partial to the right shoulder?" Because the king of Belyang's concubine had been a Buddhist all her life, His Royal Highness had naturally been influenced by her and was very clear about the Buddhist rules and etiquette. Bluebird corrected him. That novice monk is partial to the left shoulder. Su Fingyin smiled and said, "Where did this young monk come from?" Su Fingyin, who was notorious in Belyang, had always been very tolerant and kind to monks. Whenever he met them, he would reward them. Generally, most monks would not accept gold or silver, and Su Fingyin did not care about either. As a result, many fortune tellers in Liangzhou city had changed their profession to become monks. They did not care about deceiving their masters or killing their ancestors. Receiving rewards from His Royal Highness was the right way to go. Su Fingyin suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at a middle-aged tantric monk who was walking slowly on the road. He was wearing a red kasaya, and his face was haggard. When he walked to the foot of the wall and saw the dying old beggar, his face showed pity. When the young novice monk who did not know the rules rushed to the corner with a basket of steaming buns, he only saw the old beggar's head tilted, and he passed away. The tantric monk bent down and reached out to hold the old man's hand, chanting sutras for the dead. The young novice monk handed the steamed buns to the girl who stood up, bowed his head, and clasped his palms together. Su Fingyin saw all of this and felt a little emotional. The two monks, one big and one small, no matter where they came from or where they were going. Reaching out was Zen. Lowering one's head is also Zen. When a sweet potato entered the carriage, Su Fingyin suddenly felt that the spiced beef that he drooled over on Mount Wudong was somewhat boring. He put it aside and said softly, "Even though I've obtained the great yellow courtyard of the Wudong sect's leader, I still prefer more monks. The two Zen temples that only comprehend two Dians, and the Mount Lantoa that produces ascetic monks in large numbers, are more adorable than Wudong and Longhu." Su Fingyin was about to return to the Fu when he accidentally saw the girl's side profile. He was stunned for a moment before his mood improved. He picked up the bag of marinated beef and stood up with a smile. "Sweet Potato and Bluebird, I'm going to see an acquaintance. You guys go back first." Su Fingyin left the carriage and stood far away. He waited until the Belyang cavalry had all left before he walked over to the corner of the wall. Su Fingyin was very fond of the girl that he was not very familiar with. Back when he and Old Huang were at their lowest point in their journey to Langyi County, they coincidentally met this little girl who had run away from home. She claimed that she wanted to roam Jianghu to become a heroine, and she only had a few scraps of silver and copper left. She was already very pitiful. After a fight with Su Fingyin and Old Huang, she generously treated them to a feast of fish and meat. After that, she became completely penniless. The three of them lived in poverty together for a month or so, fooling around and stealing together. It was quite interesting. She was usually the lookout while His Royal Highness and Old Huang took risks. When they escaped, the little girl with two goat horn braids ran like the wind. In the end, she said that she wanted to go to the south to see the sea, so they separated. Su Fingyin only knew that her surname was Li, and she liked to call herself Miss Li. If he called her Heroine Li, she would be happy for a few days, even if she starved. Su Fingyin slowly walked over. Why was there a little monk beside Heroine Li? Her house was not a temple, right? Thinking of this, Su Fingyin, who was holding a piece of beef in one hand, held Xiudong in the other. That tantric monk was not simple. As he walked closer, he heard Miss Li's words. She was educating the little novice monk with her hands on her hips. Stupid Nambe, how many times have I told you? You can call me Dong Dong or Cici, but you are not allowed to call me Thing. Thing, doesn't it sound bad? The little monk, who was wearing a green and light red kasaya, had red lips and white teeth. He had a very delicate appearance. Even Su Fengyin 3 years ago could see that he had a unique bone structure. The little monk said weakly, Thing, I think your name is quite nice. Miss Li, who was no longer wearing her 2 ponytails, pinched the little monk's ear and said angrily, Why don't you try calling me that again? The little monk did not know how to change his mind. He said blankly, Thing. The little girl was mad. She jumped up and knocked the little monk's head, who was taller than her. Stupid. You are 1,000 times, 10,000 times stupider than Su Fengyin. The corners of Su Fengyin's mouth curled up. See, there are still people in this world who have a unique insight. The little monk said weakly, Monks do not lie. If I call you Lizi, you'll hit me again. The little girl asked angrily, Then let me ask you, can monks like girls? Monks must abstain from lust. Do you understand? The little monk was not really stupid. He looked at the sky and pretended not to hear anything. The little girl turned her head and looked at the old beggar who did not get to eat the meat bun. She looked a little depressed. The little monk said in a low voice, After buying the meat bun, we have no money. I didn't bring much when I snuck out. You spent money in the end, he did not dare to say that he was a big spender. The little girl was angry. She said angrily, I told you that my father hid his secret stash in the alms bowl under his bed. Don't you know how to steal more? If you are not stupid, then what are you? The little monk said guiltily, If I steal too much, when we go back to the temple, my master will punish me to buy rouge and face powder for your mother. When the little girl heard the word rouge and face powder, she became interested. She did not care about how he addressed her anymore and looked around. Seeing her like this, the little monk quickly said, We really don't have any money. The little girl sighed in despair. Su Fengyin, who was standing behind them, laughed and said, Miss Li, do you want rouge and face powder? I will buy it for you. The biggest rouge shop in Liangzhou has the green swallow branch that the imperial concubines use. It's not expensive. I don't even need to spend money to buy it. The little girl turned around abruptly and saw that Su Fengyin was no longer unkempt, wearing a hemp shirt and straw shoes. She didn't recognize him at first. After looking at him for a long time, she jumped up and said in surprise, Su Fengyin? Su Fengyin picked up the marinated beef and said with a smile, Isn't it? The little girl patted the little lotus's chest and finally felt relieved. She said with a bright smile, I remember you said you were from Western Liang. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you in Liangzhou. Su Fengyin smiled and said, Don't worry. It will be harder to find me than to find me here. The little girl did not think too much about it. She was just happy. When the little monk saw Su Fengyin, he did not react. He was just thinking about how to deal with the basket of meat buns. Of course, he could not eat them, and Li Zi did not like to eat them. Su Fengyin was just about to take the little girl to the rouge shop that treated him like a wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. Subconsciously, he was about to unsheath his embroidered winter knife. The middle-aged monk of Tantra Buddhism took a step forward. The monk asked with an awkward accent, You are Su Fengyin, the eldest son of the king of Baoyang? Su Fengyin smiled and said, You are? The monk said calmly, I come from Mount Nalanda in the western region. I want to invite His Royal Highness to Mount Nalanda. Chapter 62. Mount Lantua. There was a kind of extreme reverence there. Before entering Mount Lantua, many of the people had unreachable statuses in the secular world. They might be the king of Ganlafan, the prince of Shitsi country, or the imperial family of Peacock dynasty. Each one was more prestigious than the last. However, after entering Mount Lantua to cultivate, after leaving the secular world, they would fall into the dust and become no different from ordinary monks. There were many rules in Mount Lantua. One was not allowed to wear silk or satin. One's cassock could not be wrinkled. One could not fill one's stomach, and one could only curl one's legs on a 1-meter square cloth mat when sleeping. There were so many rules that people of the Central Plains were dumbfounded. His Royal Highness had heard about the legends of Mount Lantua For example, there were traveling monks who saw a lost item on the side of the road. They would draw a circle around the item and then sit on the side. Often, they would wait for several days in vain. However, generally speaking, no one would be greedy for something that was drawn in a circle by a monk of Mount Lantaw. Furthermore, there was an old monk who had been imprisoned for 34 years in Mount Lantaw. The problem was that no one knew what the reincarnation of the living Buddha was waiting for. Therefore, monks who had cultivated in Mount Lantaw had a golden signboard embedded in them. They were popular everywhere. Some fake abbots who shaved their heads and pretended to be bald liked to say, "I came from Mount Lantaw," as soon as they opened their mouths. Cultivation in Mount Lantaw was extremely difficult and strict in accepting disciples. Therefore, with only 300 people in the temple, it could compete with the 2 Zen temples that had disciples all over the world. One in the east and the other in the west. They complemented each other. Su Fingyin believed the red-clothed monk when he said he came from Mount Lantaw. Half of it was because he had just reached out and recited the sutra, and the other half was because he felt the monk's chi flowing eastward like a great river. Judging from the monk's words and actions, he was as still as a mountain, but inside, he was like a river rushing into the sea. Although Su Fingyin had a good impression of Mount Lantaw and the monks, there was no room for discussion if they wanted to kidnap His Royal Highness to the western regions. Therefore, he smiled sinisterly and asked, "What if I don't go?" The embroidered winter saber was about to be unsheathed. Su Fingyin was confident that this first strike would be able to break an entire wall. Who would have thought that the monk would only say in a lukewarm tone, "I can wait"? Su Fingyin habitually rubbed the hilt of his saber with his thumb and asked, "Wait." The solemn-looking monk circled around Su Fingyin and then quietly retreated into the distance. He had no intention of kidnapping or stopping His Royal Highness. Not only did Su Fingyin find it absurd, but even the little girl who was watching the show could not understand. She felt that the monks at home who freeloaded on food and drink were more interesting. That rotten mountain was too boring. The little girl finally came back to her senses. She looked at Su Fingyin and asked in a low voice, "Su Fingyin, are you that whose son? Then aren't you His Royal Highness?" "Who is it?" "It must be Su Shao." Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, men or women, old or young, as long as one was in Jianghu, it seemed that no one dared to call the name of the great pillar state Su Shao. He secretly paid attention to the flow of qi of the great monk of Mount Lantaw. This was the so-called bull riding. Su Fingyin, who was still holding the spiced beef, asked with a smile, "Are you afraid? Do you regret knowing me?" The little girl laughed 3 times, but it seemed like she was emboldening herself. Su Fingyin found it very interesting, but he did not expose her. In the past, when they were in Jianghu together, when they encountered a situation, this little girl would always lose, but not lose. She was the fiercest when she scolded people and ran away the fastest. The little monk said weakly, "Let's go. Anyway, we've already seen him. If we don't return to the temple, master and mistress will fight with the abbot again." The little girl looked at Su Fingyin and then at the little monk. She seemed to be making a difficult choice between going home and going back. Her limpid eyes subconsciously rolled around the fragrant spiced beef. Su Fingyin did not want to make things difficult for this simple-minded little girl. Without saying anything, he handed the spiced beef to the little girl and turned to leave. "Wait for me for a moment. I'll eat the beef first and let Su Fingyin give you a ride. There's no reason for you to go out of the city with an empty stomach after arriving in Liangzhou." Su Fingyin walked toward the rouge shop in the east of the city. As he passed by the beef shop, he saw a much taller girl with a still young face. She was holding a bamboo stick and sitting on the doorsill looking at him. His Royal Highness was in a hurry to buy rouge, so he did not greet him. The reason why the green swallow branch was famous was because of a poem written by his second sister, Su Weisheng. Su Fingyin took the rouge shop for free, and the shopkeeper was willing to do so. Besides, His Royal Highness used to take the courtesans of Liangdi to the shop to choose rouge. If the courtesans who liked the rouge were sincerely happy, His Royal Highness would reward the shop with some silver taels. In the end, the rouge shop with the green plum blossom signboard still earned more than it lost. When Su Fengyan arrived at the shop, he picked a box of green swallow branch and 2 boxes of imperial concubine peach before swaggering off. Everyone in the shop kept quiet out of fear. A few rich men who came with their concubines to throw away money lowered their heads and did not say anything. On the other side, the little monk looked at the little girl whose hands and mouth were covered in grease and reminded her, "Is this Su Fengyan? He is His Royal Highness, but it seems that his reputation is not good." The little girl bit into the marinated beef and said in an open-minded manner, "I'm not good-looking either. Su Fengyan doesn't like me." The little monk became anxious and said, "Who said that?" The little girl did not pay attention to her childhood friend's anxiousness and said with a mischievous smile, "Mother told me that when I find a good friend in the future, I can't find one who is too beautiful. When I find a husband, I can't find one who is too handsome either. It's easy to attract bees and butterflies. I'm considered half a monk, so it's not appropriate to kill too many people." The little monk had no choice but to use his backer and asked, "Thing, did you forget what Master and Master's wife said about men and women outside the temple?" The little girl said in a deadpan manner, "Of course I remember. My father said that the men outside the temple are all evil men who kill people and steal their goods. My mother said that the women outside the temple are all venomous women who speak honey and have a heart of snakes and scorpions. Stupid Nambe, are you stupid? My father and mother said that just to scare me." The stupid and foolish little monk was silent. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "Do you hate Su Fengyan?" The little monk shook his head and said, "If Thing likes it, I like it." The little girl hummed twice. His words were pleasant to hear, so she did not care about the unpleasant name Thing. Su Fengyan brought the rouge over. When he saw the little girl using her sleeve to wipe her face, he handed the rouge over to the little girl and said with a smile, "I'll give it to you." The little monk looked at the little girl's happy expression and was not angry. He only sighed like an old man. The little girl hesitated for a moment. "Su Fengyan, is that so-and-so in the prince's mansion?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "It will take 2 days for them to come back from the northern border." She jumped a bit. "Then let's go to your house to take a look?" Su Fengyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. What happened next made Su Fengyan realize how tenacious this heroine's nerves were. When they arrived at the entrance of Bailiang Palace, she glanced at the 2 guardian lions and said seriously, "Unfortunately, I don't have them in front of my house." After entering the prince's mansion, she saw the majestic building that stretched all the way to the top of Mount Qingliang. She muttered, "It's quite big. It's almost half the size of my house." Seeing the flowing water lake and the tide-listening pavilion, she giggled and said, "I like this pond. My pond doesn't have this kind of grandeur. Stupid Nambe, you should learn some skills from my father. You should learn how to move mountains and seas early and move this pond back." Su Fengyan smiled generously and said, "I'll move it back." The little monk said softly, "Little Thing, our temple is your home, but it's not yours." The little girl stared at him and said, "Is there a difference?" The little monk was obviously not a guy who could insist on his own opinion in front of her. He whispered, "Is it?" The little girl asked, "Then let me ask you, is a white horse a horse?" The little monk, who thought that he had mistakenly boarded a pirate ship in the temple and learned Buddhism from his master, was even more uncertain. He repeated, "Is it?" Su Fengyan had arranged for the 2 children to stay in a courtyard near Wudong Yuan, which showed how much importance he attached to the little girl. Along the way, Su Fengyan did not dare to look at her too much, for fear that he would frighten this little heroine who always liked to talk nonsense. Since he did not look at the little girl, he could only observe the little monk. The green and light red kasaya was unmistakably the attire of the preaching monks in Buddhism. Although it could not be compared to the scarlet and purple robes bestowed by the imperial court to the eminent monks, it was still quite rare. Those who wore this kasaya had 3 great virtues on their body: the protection of the heavenly dragon, the worship of all living beings, and the respect of Luocha. Su Fengyan became more and more curious about which temple was the little girl's so-called home. Su Fengyan sat in the courtyard. The little girl was very happy with her residence and excitedly ran around the house. The little monk, whose kasaya was not on the right shoulder but on the left, squatted beside a swing and stared at the clear sky in a daze. Sweet Potato quietly came behind His Royal Highness. After going down the mountain, Su Fengyin had already learned that the white-haired old man had defeated the hero Wei Beishan, who used the Zamadeo. Both of them left Beiliang. In the Wulin world, the Xinyuan family had been struggling at death's door under the suppression of Yuan Zuozong and Lucio Er. The little butcher Qian Jibao had gained great military merits at the border. Su Xiao was about to return to the mansion. Second sister, Su Weisheng, seemed to be going home for the new year. Su Fengyin was very sure that his second sister came here to scold him. She scolded Su Xiao for not being strict with her and scolded him for practicing the Zamadeo. Su Fengyin rubbed his burning eyebrows and said self-mockingly, "Sweet Potato, you can prepare the cotton now." Sweet Potato smiled and agreed. In the mansion, who was not afraid of Su Weisheng, Su Fengyin turned his head and saw the little girl holding the corner of her clothes and walking out of the house shyly. The red makeup on her face must be half a pound heavy, right? The little monk stared with his eyes wide open. Sweet Potato turned her head away. It was a bit too horrible to look at. Su Fengyin stood up and said with a smile, "So beautiful." Chapter 63. It was probably the first time in her life that the little girl, who had been living in the temple since she was a child, heard Su Fengyin's praise. She felt relieved after putting on rouge for the first time in her life. Just as she was about to laugh, the rouge on her face fell. She felt sorry for her, so she put on a straight face again and stood timidly by the swing. The little monk was dumbstruck. He probably did not recognize that the fairy in front of him was the girl he liked the most. As the head maid of Wudong Garden, Sweet Potato was good at drawing eyebrows and applying rouge. Seeing the little girl wasting God's gift and Royal Highness helping the villain, Sweet Potato did not dare to laugh. She could only stand further away. Although the little girl's appearance, temperament, and behavior were ordinary, she was still a distinguished guest invited by His Highness. She could not be disrespectful. Su Fengyin still had to go to the Tide Listening Pavilion, so he asked Sweet Potato to slightly correct the little girl. A few boxes of rouge money were nothing. They could not really go out and scare people. It was still okay in the daytime, but at night. Before going to the top of the pavilion to see his masterly Ishan, Su Fengyin went to the second floor to find White Fox Face. He was standing on a ladder and reading the secret manuals on the bookshelf. His Spring Thunder Saber was hanging on his waist with a red string tied to the hilt. The books that Su Fengyin brought to Wudong from the library were all picked by White Fox Face. Although both of them practiced the saber, White Fox Face was much better than Su Fengyin in terms of saber skills and attainment. Their cultivation was just like at this moment. One was at the bottom of the ladder, and the other was at the top of the ladder. White Fox Face was very focused. No matter what he did, he strived to see through to the end. Su Fengyin waited for him to finish reading the secret manuals. White Fox walked down the ladder and looked at the idiot Su Fengyin whom she had not seen for a year. Finally, her eyes focused on the spot between His Royal Highness's eyebrows. Su Fengyin's appearance was undoubtedly very outstanding. He had the typical red phoenix eyes and silkworm eyebrows. When he smiled, he looked even more charming and elegant. It was just that he met White Fox during his travels when he was at the lowest point of his life. However, when he occasionally washed his face in the stream, even White Fox would be surprised. This idiot's appearance was indeed good, but his temperament did not match. Now, practicing the saber by hook or by crook seemed to be different. What exactly was the difference? White Fox did not ask any questions. Instead, he slashed out with his spring thunder in a domineering manner. Xiao Dong, which was originally born from the same root, took the opportunity to strike down. When White Fox Face saw that his attack did not work, he exclaimed in surprise, "Did you learn the superior swordsmanship in Wudong?" Su Fengyin, whose right hand was numb from holding the saber, slowly put Xiao Dong back into the scabbard. He smiled and said, "No, I didn't. It's just that Taoist Oxnose gave me a book called Qing Shui Pavilion Sword Practice Manual. When I was bored, I used the sword moves in it on my saber skills. Are you interested? This is a secret manual of Wudong's swordsmanship. I can't bring it down the mountain, but I've memorized the contents. Can I make a copy for you?" White Fox Face nodded his head without hesitation. Su Fingyan followed him to the corridor on the second floor. White Fox Face said softly, "The world of the old 9 kingdoms of the Central Plains was almost the world of the rich and powerful families. The aristocrats were numerous. King Langya, Jiang Xie, Wukong Yao, Bolinkui, Lu Jiang were all rich and powerful. If the pillars of the country only destroyed cities and countries, killed hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers, stabbed or hanged the emperor of the enemy country to death, these would not be a big deal in the eyes of some people. However, Su Xiao did what he did to Mount Tai to surpass the North Sea. He destroyed nearly half of the 10 rich families. The entire Wukong Yao family of the Southern Tang, regardless of age, died. The He family of the Dongwa Lujiang only had about 20 orphans and widows left." Su Fingyan was puzzled by White Fox Face's words. He said, "I know all these. Master mentioned them before." White Fox Face smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm from the Nangong family of Beimei. I have no grudges with you. I'm telling you this because I want to talk about the 9-grade system that has been maintained by the aristocrats for 200 years. Su Fingyan nodded and said, "The masters in the world now seem to follow this system to rank. It saves effort." White Fox Face said softly, like the number 1 in the world, under normal circumstances, the 9-grade system does not rank the upper grades. In the eyes of the world, only the saints are qualified. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Yes, but I heard that a few decades ago, there was a scholar of the Xie family who was talented and outstanding. His martial arts attainments were even more extraordinary. He and my master commented on the rivers and mountains. Li Yishan commented on the generals and rouge. The mainstay of the Xie family commented on the martial arts, which was even more important to the people of Jianghu. As for the literary commentary, he only finished half of it and died. My second sister seemed to have the intention to continue the commentary. However, she also said that she was unable to do it for the time being. There was still a long way to go before the great talent of the Xie family. The limelight of the northern Xie and the southern Li had attracted the attention of the world back then. White Fox Face said calmly, "That person is my father. He's dead. Those who are on the martial arts ranking list want to kill him. Those who are not on the martial arts ranking list also want to kill him. There's no reason for him not to die." Su Fingyan was shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder you want to be the number 1 in the world." White Fox Face looked at Su Fingyan and said slowly, "Your moves are now at the middle lower grades, the blade force is at the middle upper grades, and the inner strength is at the lower grades. It's not impossible for you to catch up with me." Su Fingyan was stunned. "Really?" White Fox Face's lips curled up slightly. "If I stagnate after the age of 40, it's possible for you." Su Fingyan leaned on the railing and said softly, "You're still as honest as ever, just like old Huang." White Fox Face glanced at the winter embroidery blade that was not covered with dust. The last bit of regret in her heart disappeared. She said softly, "How many more years can you fool the world?" Chapter 64. Su Fingyan sighed. "At the very least, I'll have to wait until I completely take over the northern Liang's 300,000 cavalrymen. If I wasn't a prodigal, how could that person in the capital sleep peacefully? If he couldn't sleep peacefully, how could he let the Su family sleep comfortably? After all, this entire world was still under his control. Su Xiao had accumulated this family business, so he could go against all the scholars in the world and become enemies with the Jianghu. There were not many reliable allies in the imperial court. Over the years, northern Liang had been constantly divided. Yan Shiji's father, who hurriedly received the imperial decree and rushed to the capital, was not the first and definitely not the last. Li Yishan said that if I'm too smart, I won't live long, or at least I won't live a happy life. The best outcome is to go to the capital as a hostage. But if I'm too stupid and overdo it, the Bailiang cavalry will disperse before Su Xiao dies. To put it simply, even my 800 cavalrymen only know about Chen Jibao. They don't care about His Royal Highness at all." White Fox smiled and said, "Every family has its own difficulties. It seems that the aristocratic families are even more so." Su Fingyan's thumb subconsciously rubbed the handle of Shodo. "It's okay. I still have 2 years to wander around. Maybe I'll go to Jianghu soon. When I'm done playing, I'll hold everything that belongs to me in my hands. Bai Huer frowned. Su Fingyin keenly noticed this detail and asked, "What's wrong?" White Fox returned to the pavilion with a cold face. Su Fingyin looked at White Fox's handsome back and then lowered his head to look at Xiaodong. He seemed to understand that White Fox was angry that he was too close to Xiaodong. His Royal Highness laughed involuntarily and said, "This Xiaodong is a murderous knife, not a woman's boudoir. Can I touch it? Besides, it's already given to me. It's reasonable for me to hug it to sleep or carry it to the toilet." A cold snort came from inside the pavilion as a bookcase was struck by the spring lightning and collapsed. Su Fingyin rushed upstairs and saw Li Yishan, who was getting thinner by the day. Li Yishan's face was as white as snow, which made Su Fingyin tremble with fear. The state scholar hiding in Bailiang Palace chuckled. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let Wei Beishan leave Bailiang. It's a good opportunity for you to practice your blade." Su Fingyin asked, "I heard that old man defeated Wei Beishan." Li Yishan coughed a few times, picked up the green gourd flask, and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. His breath stabilized, and he said, "Wei Beishan is only a middle-class martial artist. It's not surprising that he was defeated by Chu Kuangnu, who is only one step away from the upper class." Su Fingyin asked curiously, "Are there really only 10 high-class experts in the world?" Li Yishan didn't answer directly. He only said with a slight sneer, "The so-called upper class of martial arts can't be compared to the upper class of scholars in the past. It's worthless." Su Fingyin hesitated and whispered, "Nangong Pu said that he's the genius of the CF family, who is as famous as Master." Li Yishan laughed. "Do I need him to say that? I knew the answer with just a glance. That kid you called White Fox Face not only looks like Xie Guanyin, but also looks like a god. If I didn't recognize him, I would be blind. I'm curious whether this kid is a boy or a girl. According to Chen Wei's prediction, Xie Shuyang should have a son. But this White Fox Face really doesn't look like a boy." Li Yishan agreed with the title White Fox Face. He used it casually and didn't think it was ridiculous. Su Fingyin agreed deeply. "That's right. I didn't believe it either. If it's a man, it's such a pity." Li Yishan nodded. He shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. His face had a rare smile that carried a bit of life. It was no longer lifeless. This pair of master and disciple were indeed master and disciple. Su Fingyin sat up straight and said solemnly, "When I returned to the city today, I met a monk who called himself Mount Lanta'a. He said he wanted to take me to the western regions." Li Yishan drank a mouthful of wine and said, "This monk Long Shou is quite famous in the western regions. He studied the Vajratap Yoga Sutra under a Tantric Vajra Guru. He translated more than 60 Tantric sutras in 110 volumes. His lineage in Mount Lanta'a is extremely powerful. The generation before him was a great achiever who attained the undying rainbow." Su Fingyin said helplessly, "No matter how powerful he is, what does it have to do with me? You can't expect me to leave home and become a monk just because of the name of a mountain, right?" Li Yishan smiled. "Whether it has anything to do with you or not, you'll know when you get there." Su Fingyin smiled bitterly. "Master, don't be so sarcastic. That Tantra cultivation is comparable to the Wu family's sword tomb. They go to the hall 4 times a day. The earliest hall starts late at night. Regardless of whether it's cold or hot, they're not allowed to wear boots and go barefoot. They sleep less than 4 hours a day. When they go to the Dharma garden to cultivate, they have to sit on pebbled seats. Winter and summer are no exception. If you want me to go there and practice for a year or 2, I'll accept the hardships. But if you want me to memorize sutras all day, you'd better kill me." Li Yishan smiled. "You don't know who Long Shou's guru is?" Su Fingyin was confused. Li Yishan laughed. "This person is the only female tantric guru in Mount Lanta'a. It said that not only is her dharma boundless, she's also extremely beautiful. She's known as Guanyin in the human world. She can attain the Tao after dual cultivation." After Su Fingyin recovered from his shock, he smirked. "If that's the case, it's best if she has something to do with me." Li Yishan's smile was strange. Su Fingyin asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Does this Guanyin Bodhisattva of Mount Lontoa kill without batting an eyelid? Li Yishan shook his head. What a merciful heart. Su Fengyin was even more curious. Li Yishan laughed and coughed. This Bodhisattva is 42 years old this year. She's exactly twice your age. What a coincidence. Su Fengyin stood up abruptly and was about to go out with his saber to fight that death monk of Mount Lontoa. Chapter 65. To the common folk, Mount Lontoa had two things that tempted them the most. One was that one could become a Buddha on the spot, and the other was that men and women could practice dual cultivation. As for whether it was true or false, people were too far away from Mount Lontoa, so it was hard to avoid spreading false information. Plus, no one from Mount Lontoa had come out to explain, so it became an unsolved mystery. Su Fengyin supported Mount Lontoa's silence. Instead of saying it out loud, it was better to leave it as a memento. Su Fengyin first went to the third floor of the armory to find the old Taoist Wei Baoxiang, who was guarding the pavilion. On this floor, there was a list of characters that was updated regularly. Su Fengyin found the Buddhist book first. There were more than 20 Buddhist sects, big and small. Mount Lontoa ranked first among the esoteric sects, so it was the first book of esoteric Buddhism. Su Fengyin easily found the master of esoteric Buddhism. Her title was very long, such as Great Mercy Dharma King, Mending Temple Bodhisattva. Looking at her posture, she was about the same as the two old monks in front of her. She was born in the royal family of Central India. When she was young, she followed the eminent monks to more than 10 countries and translated countless classics. The most famous one was Mahayana Rising Faith. According to historical records, other than learning from Wang Zhongji and Xiangzi, she also went to the Central Plains to learn astronomy and calendar. She had contact with the 5 schools and 7 sects of Buddhism in the Central Plains. There was a portrait of a female bodhisattva when she was young in the album. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was indeed bright and moving. Su Fengyin exchanged the secret record with the old Taoist, surnamed Wei, and sighed. 42. She's just a little old. He sighed all the way out of the tide-listening pavilion. Qing Yao was waiting respectfully on the table. She was dressed in a green robe. In His Highness's opinion, the only thing this head maid lacked was a good sword. Qing Yao's bearing and elegance were incomparable to the heroines outside. When she saw Su Fengyin, she said respectfully, "That monk is standing at the gate of the prince's mansion." Su Fengyin walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and smiled. "Bring him here. I want to meet this esoteric monk. By the way, get the servants to prepare some vegetarian food. No one is allowed to come near the lake." While waiting, Su Fengyin closed his eyes and concentrated. First, he thought about the secrets of Mount Lontoa collected by the secret agents of the prince's mansion. Although there were only 200 to 300 people in Mount Lontoa, there were many factions with thousands of followers. For example, the Red Sect branch of esoteric Buddhism that monk Long Shou belonged to only had 3 representatives in Mount Lontoa, but there were millions of followers outside the mountain. Finally, Su Fengyin's mind settled on the portrait of the female esoteric Buddhism master. He shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Since he had already left the mountain, he had to start planning carefully for himself. The arsenal was dead, but people were alive. Imitating White Fox's face to read all the secret martial arts manuals, he was not afraid of biting off more than he could chew. When facing an enemy in the future, knowing more moves and routines would increase his chances of survival. This was the same principle as beginners who had to memorize Go moves by rote. Naturally, the more routines one had, the better. Su Fengyin did not dare to say how good his comprehension was, but his memory was indeed better than his second sister, Su Weishan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to play chess with Li Yishan in the air without chess pieces or a chessboard. Su Fengyin muttered to himself, "It's not realistic to read all the martial arts manuals like White Fox's face, but it's not difficult for him to select and give me 2 or 3 books every day. There will be a day when I will read all the secret martial arts manuals of all the sects in the world." When I left the mountain, I rode an ox and sent a message to the supreme leader, Wang Zhonglo. The tortoise of the great yellow court lives in the body. If I want to convert all into my own use and cultivate the 3 great yellow halls, I need a few books on Mount Longhu. Borrow? They're all secret things. Most likely I can't borrow them. Steal? With my current bladesmanship, it's difficult. Rob? These 2 holy lands of Buddhism, without 6,000 to 7,000 elite Bailion cavalry. Don't even think about charging up the mountain. If you want to flatten it, you need at least 13,000 to 14,000 men. Without fighting, if you think 10,000 men can crush the entire Jianghu several times, you're looking down on the heroes of the world. Even if it's Su Xiao, without the imperial decree of the capital, mobilizing more than 500 men without authorization is tantamount to a rebellion. If Jiang and I was here and heard this crazy talk linking the cavalry with Jianghu, he would most likely have the urge to poke a hole in His Royal Highness's body with the divine talisman. Sweet Potato, with a graceful and voluptuous body, brought some exquisite vegetarian dishes over. There was no one around the lakeside. No matter how ridiculous His Royal Highness's words were, in the prince's mansion, more effective than the imperial edict. Su Fengyin did not have any misgivings about this servant sister who grew up with him. He said to himself, "It's time to cultivate henchmen. Without a solid team, how can I roam Jianghu? I'll find a chance to talk to Su Xiao." Monk Long Shou of Mount Lantau was led into the pavilion by Bluebird. Su Fengyin gestured for the monk to help himself. The monk in the large cassock did not stand on ceremony, but he only picked up some food and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Not to mention filling his stomach, it was difficult to even fill the gaps between his teeth. Just this point of tantra cultivation was unspeakably painful. In the western regions, there were 14 small countries, rejecting the various schools of learning, only worshipping tantric Buddhism. There were the red, yellow, and white sects. In the past, when the 9 countries of the Central Plains were in chaos, it was traced back to the war of words between the Confucian faction of Shangyin Academy. However, in the western regions, it was the red, yellow, and white sects, more like a fight between immortals. The yellow and white sects had always been powerful. The red sect was more inclined to follow the ancient teachings, the 9 forms of 3 sects, meticulous in their teachings, and most of their focus was on the cultivation of full-circle cultivation. Monk Long Shou's master was the first female Dharma king in the history of Tantra Buddhism. No matter how high the status of those concubines were, they could not be compared to her. Su Fengyin went straight to the point, saying, "Master 6 Jewels wants to dual cultivate with me." Chapter 66. Monk Long Shou looked calm as he nodded. The monk was expressionless when he talked about dual cultivation. On the contrary, His Royal Highness, who had been through a lot, found it ridiculous. Even Sweet Potato and Bluebird looked at each other in disbelief. Su Fengyin asked curiously, "Do all the tantric masters not practice dual cultivation to achieve Dharmakaya Buddha and Sambhogakaya Buddha?" The middle-aged monk in the red cassock was still expressionless as he answered, "Only those who have renounced their desires can achieve supreme yoga. Supreme yoga is the ultimate root of all." Su Fengyin felt a headache coming on. He asked, "Why me?" The monk shook his head. It was obvious that even he did not know the details. If that was the case, Su Fengyin would only go to Mount Lantau if his head was caught in the latrine door. 42 years old was nothing to the bodhisattva, but to a living woman, it was not young at all. No matter how well she took care of herself, it was not something Su Fengyin could accept. This was not the most important thing. The conflict between the red, yellow, and white sects of Tantric Buddhism had intensified in recent years. Since the secret record said that a 6-jeweled master dual cultivation could achieve perfection, why would the more powerful white and yellow sects stupidly allow the red sect to obtain such great merit? Perhaps Su Fengyin would be skinned alive by the monks before he even reached Mount Lantau. After all, some tantric sects like to use skulls with the top of the skull removed as instruments to exorcise ghosts and summon spirits. As for skulls and drums made of human bones, they were common in the history books. Just hearing about them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The 6-jeweled bodhisattva was very powerful and was respected as the fundamental master. Moreover, the followers of the Red Sect believed that she was the incarnation of Amitabha and Guan Yin Bodhisattva. The so-called six-jewel Bodhisattva was rumored to have 6 transformations. Guan Yin Bodhisattva, Lotus King Master, and Wrathful Vajra Master sounded invincible. However, no matter how powerful they were still eating dust behind the old monks of Mount Lantaw. Su Fengyin did not trust the Red Sect that was struggling to survive between the yellow and white sections. Other than being afraid of death, he did not wish for Mount Lantaw and the female Dharmaraja to disrupt his embryonic plan. It was one thing to refuse to go, but it was another to offend the Crimson Sect for no reason. It would be best if he could deal with them. Moreover, the monks from Mount Lantaw were all treasures. Su Fengyin forced a smile and explained, "I can't leave for the time being." The monks still said the same nonsense. "I can wait." Su Fengyin asked curiously, "How long can we wait?" The monk said slowly, "There's still 31 years." Su Fengyin almost vomited blood. What perverted patience! In the future, he would try his best not to have any dealings with Mount Lantaw. If someone held a grudge against him, he would never be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. Monk Long Shou, who seemed to be willing to wait for Su Fengyin's children to grow up, did not stay in the prince's mansion. However, he did not leave the city either. Given Bailiang's tolerance towards monks, this strange monk on Mount Lantaw would not starve to death. Su Fengyin sat in the pavilion and muttered, "Ridiculous." Sweet Potato teased, "Your Highness, why don't you follow that tantric guru?" Su Fengyin raised his head and sighed. She's already a 42-year-old old lady. Even if she's an old cow eating young grass, this is not the way to do it. Sweet Potato sat beside His Royal Highness, her delicate hands kneading with ingenious strength. She smiled charmingly and said, "Maybe that female bodhisattva has a technique to retain her youthful looks." Su Fengyin glared at her. Bluebird said indifferently, "Today is the day of the release of the cards." Su Fengyin perked up. "A big fish has taken a bait." Bluebird said calmly, "2 groups of Jianghu people of unknown origins have gathered in the city. The people in the lead have 3rd-level martial strength." Su Fengyin said regretfully, "If it was before, it would have been a big fish. But now I've seen the world. Sigh. Forget it. It's better than nothing." Sweet Potato smiled. His Royal Highness had an endless stream of playful ideas since he was young. Perhaps it was the result of Su Zhao's lax discipline, or perhaps it was the result of his deliberate indulgence. There was no sign of him restraining himself. In fact, the Pillar State had only said 2 things in the past 10 years. One was that he was not allowed to touch a blade for 10 years. The other was that he had never taught Su Fengyin how to conduct himself. Whether he was a hedonist, a prodigal son, or a loafer, they were all things that Su Fengyin had figured out on his own. State scholarly Yuanying did not care about trivial matters. In the past, when his second sister Su Weisheng was at home, it was fine because there was someone who could suppress His Royal Highness. However, when she went to Shangyin Academy to study, Su Fengyin was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He did whatever he wanted, flirting with women, spending a lot of money to buy poetry and literature, keeping evil servants and retainers, closing the door to his enemies, and letting their dogs out. He had a lot of fun. No wonder the scholars who had left Liangli and achieved success all cursed His Royal Highness for being ignorant and incompetent. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Pass down the order. Tonight, don't play any tricks of being loose on the outside, but tight on the inside. Let them all in at once." Since these fishes and shrimps took advantage of Su Zhao's absence to sneak into the city, they are most likely coming for me. When the time comes, I will wait here. Bluebird, please invite 1 swordsman and 1 machete man from the residence. I want to watch the battle. The moves that these desperados use when they are on the brink of death are the most flexible. Compared to the rigid words in the secret manual, it is much more useful. Bluebird left quietly. When she did things, no matter how big or small, not a drop of water would leak out. Sweet Potato stretched out her slender index finger, wanting to stroke Su Fengyin's scarlet eyebrows. Su Fengyin grabbed her extremely daring finger and laughed. "Are you rebelling?" Sweet Potato said coquettishly, "Just a touch." Su Fengyin shook his head. Sweet Potato's eyes were filled with resentment. Su Fengyin did not show any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He restrained his expression and frowned bitterly. Second sister is coming. The residence is going to thunder and rain. Chapter 67. Su Weisheng was not only a big mountain to West Chu's fallen princess, Jiang and I, but even Sweet Potato, who was easygoing and did not fight for anything, felt a burst of irritation when she heard His Royal Highness mention his second sister, Su Weisheng's return to the Fu. However, she concealed her gloominess very well. In terms of acting skills, she seemed to be even more skilled than Su Fengyin when she used fresh human blood as her rouge. His Royal Highness had inherited the cultivation of the Great Yellow Hall, so he had acquired keen perception of the flow of qi of Buddhism and Taoism. He also had a mysterious perception of martial art masters that his young martial granduncle called "not a single fly left behind." However, he still did not realize that Sweet Potato was not the only koi fish that needed to be fed to become plump. The interior of the prince's mansion was a vast universe with all kinds of bizarre tricks. Even His Royal Highness, who had lived on Mount Qingliang since his youth, did not dare to say that he had seen everything. At the very least, the entrance to the tide-listening pavilion's 9th floor and the basement 2 floors had not been found. Back then, he and his second sister climbed up and down, knocked on the walls, and chiseled the walls, but they still did not succeed. Su Xiao was happy that his children were busy at home, so that they would not create trouble for him when he left the Fu. His second daughter, Su Weisheng, was adept at scheming openly, while his eldest son, Su Fengyin, was crafty. As long as these two fellows stayed together and whispered to each other, even the de Zhuguo would be frightened. Su Fengyin planned to have dinner with the little girl and the little monk from the north and the south. On the way there, his hands continuously drew circles. The Fu's servants and maids only found it amusing, but they did not understand the slightest bit of it. However, they all praised His Royal Highness's martial art as matchless. Whenever Su Fengyin came across a servant girl with an above-average beauty or a graceful figure, he would take advantage of her. Sweet Potato followed behind him, unconcerned. If a little servant girl dared to fight for a man's favor, she would be beaten to death by a stick if she was not careful. Sweet Potato was not stupid enough to be arrogant just because she was pampered. She did not want to, nor did she dare to. To put it bluntly, the seemingly affectionate His Highness the Crown Prince was the real heartless person. Green Ant's personal maidservants in Wudong Garden probably hadn't noticed this. But that didn't mean that Sweet Potato didn't love His Royal Highness from the bottom of his heart. On the contrary, such a master could make Sweet Potato, who was as proud as Bluebird, work for him wholeheartedly. Su Fengyin did not know about Sweet Potato's complicated thoughts. He just chuckled softly and said, "This set of 108 styles has no name. I don't know where Bull Rider found it. The more you practice it, the more interesting it becomes. You need to sink your waist into Tai Chi, walk in the 9 palaces, and form yin and yang. Your hand gestures and qi activity must be pure and natural. There's a lot of attention to be paid to these circles. They form endless circles, and they go back and forth. Sweet Potato, if you like, I'll teach you." Sweet Potato quickened her pace. Her magnificent chest, which was second to none in Wutong Garden, pressed against His Highness the Crown Prince's arm. Her autumn eyes were misty as she said, "Then your Highness must teach this servant step by step." Su Fengyin didn't even turn his head. He just quietly nudged the snow-white pigeon under her clothes with his elbow. As her chest trembled, her charm rippled. He could clearly feel His Royal Highness' charm. He smiled frivolously and said, "I could draw 108 circles here." Sweet Potato's charm was natural, but her tone was bitter. "This servant knows that your Highness is just moving your lips." Su Fengyin didn't refute her. He asked casually, "What do you think Mount Lanto means?" Sweet Potato thought about it seriously and said in a low voice, "This servant thinks that dual cultivation is fake. It wants the white and yellow sex to become enemies with the Bailiang cavalry." Su Fengyin nodded and smiled. "You hit the nail on the head. The people in the capital had long been wary of the esoteric sect of the western regions, which was unruly, but they could not find a suitable reason to make a move. If they could have the Red Sect as a spy, it was possible that the Bailion cavalry could be used as a pawn again. As for dual cultivation, I've checked the secret records. It's just a rumor that's been spreading for the past few years, so it can't be taken seriously. Especially after my coronation, it was the most intense. From this, it can be seen that I'm in high demand. Even a female Dharma king of Tantra covets me. As for the great national chess player who occupied the world's largest chessboard in the capital, among the 67 posthumous names in the temple, there were only 2 characters that caught his eye. One of them was Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao, meaning Gao. The first one is Marshall. His military career is glorious, and he has opened up the largest territory of this dynasty. He wants to be known as the Emperor of martial prowess for thousands of years after his death. He is already on the verge of going mad. Sweet Potato's face paled slightly. Your Highness, please speak softly. Su Fengyan laughed. It's fine. I dare to say it, but other than you, no one else dares to listen. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sweet Potato, how's the little girl's drawing of eyebrows? Sweet Potato was visibly relieved. For the time being, I've only taught her Xiao Shan Mei and Conk Dai Dai. The little girl is a fast learner. Su Fengyan laughed. As long as she wants to learn, she can learn anything quickly. Old Huang taught her how to roast fish, roast meat, and roast sweet potatoes. She learned it faster than I did. If she didn't want to learn, she wouldn't be able to weave straw sandals or sit painstakingly while fishing. Sweet Potato stared blankly at His Royal Highness, who was different from his usual self. Even though they had been together for a long time, she rarely saw His Royal Highness like this. Her original name was Red Musk. She bit her thin lips, then smiled. She was a natural seductress. Su Xiao of the Great Pillar State once joked that this little girl would not be defeated even if she entered the palace as an imperial concubine. After scraping off half a gene of powder, the little girl imitated Sweet Potato and put on light makeup. As expected, she was much more gorgeous than when she didn't put on makeup. However, in Su Fengyan's eyes, the little girl without makeup was more likable. The little monk chanted while peeking and giggling. Su Fengyan was worried about the incense in the little monk's temple. Sweet Potato wasn't qualified to be eaten at the table. Su Fengyan wasn't the kind of master who spoiled his maidservants. As he ate a simple but delicious vegetarian meal with the little monk, he asked, "Miss Li, when are you going home? It's almost the new year." The little girl widened her eyes and said with hurt, "Su Fengyan, are you chasing me away?" Su Fengyan was dumbfounded. "Of course not. I'm just afraid that your parents will be worried." The little girl said righteously, "When I first met you, you said that you wouldn't go home even if you starved to death." Su Fengyan smiled. "I was just angry." The little monk, who had been eating with his head lowered, raised his head and interrupted, We really have to go back to the temple." The little girl said angrily, "Shut up." She had learned this mantra from His Highness the Crown Prince. The little monk fiercely ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, his cheeks bulging. The little girl said with a red face, "Su Fengyan, Sister Sweet Potato taught me how to draw my eyebrows in the afternoon. It sounds more precious than the green swallow branch. I'll pay you back when I get home." Su Fengyan pretended to nod and held back his laughter. "Okay, I've never heard of a heroine in Jianghu who owes money and doesn't pay it back." The little girl liked this kind of words. She said proudly, "That's true." The little monk was outspoken. His little bald head approached his childhood sweetheart, whom he had loved for many years. He said worriedly, I seem to have heard Master's wife say that the snail on your face is very expensive. A poet even wrote that the marrow of 100 golden otter could be exchanged for half a tael of green. If you really pay back the money, I'm afraid Master's alms bowl will be empty." The little girl was surprised. She suddenly frowned, and the food was not as fragrant. Su Fengyan saw this, but he did not say anything to comfort her. In the blink of an eye, the little girl's mood was cloudy, but in the blink of an eye, she had a sunny disposition. After the meal, she cast aside the troublesome matter of owing money and pulled Sister Sweet Potato into the room to continue her apprenticeship. At home, her parents were stingy and were reluctant to buy rouge for her. The stupid Nambe was very generous, but he did not have the money. He said that as long as he attained enlightenment and became a Buddha, he would burn a few relics, and she would be able to use them to exchange for countless rouge. In the end, he received a full beating from her. Su Fingyin did not understand the feelings of young girls, so he did not go to the room. He saw the little monk take off his kasaya and wash it in the courtyard with a bucket of water and a wooden board. He was obviously used to being a cow and horse in the little girl's temple. Su Fingyin squatted by the side and looked at the white ivory hook on the green kasaya. He smiled but did not say anything. The little monk said nervously, "Your Highness, this kasaya can't be used as money for rouge. I'll be beaten to death by master if I give it to you." Su Fingyin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't want your kasaya. You wear it very well." The little monk was still a little vigilant. Su Fingyin asked, "I remember that abbot is a Taoist term. It's the name of the leader of Taoism's 10-direction forest. How did it become Buddhism's?" The little monk was washing the kasaya. He was a simple-minded person and did not hear the teasing in His Royal Highness' words. He answered seriously, "In terms of the origin of the word abbot, the Vimaksha Sutra of India was written 100 years earlier than Taoism's Benming Sutra. Moreover, Master told me that although the great abbot of the temple only lives in a small bedroom of 1 square foot, it can accommodate 3,000 small worlds and 3,000 line forests. Listen, it's much more powerful than Taoism's heart of heaven. My master has never lost a debate. Oh, he only lost to Master's wife." Su Fingyin was speechless and said, "You Buddhists are powerful, but your master is more powerful." Su Fingyin saw Bluebird standing at the door of the courtyard. He got up and walked over. Bluebird said sternly, "I heard that the second princess left the main group and rode alone. The 2 groups of Jianghu people are ready to make a move and are preparing to go out of the city." Su Fingyin took off the jade pendant from his waist and threw it to Bluebird. He squinted and said, "These people are in a hurry to be reincarnated. Go and take the 200 riders of the Phoenix Battalion. Don't forget to take the crossbows and kill them all." Bluebird turned and left. Su Fingyin stood at the door. Outside the door, there was danger everywhere, but inside the door, it was peaceful. The little monk hung up the wash kasaya and looked inside the room. "It's another sunny day. Lizzie, Master said that I have no comprehension ability, and you also said that I am stupid. I don't practice the 2 Diana in our temple. You are my Diana, and you are beautiful." Chapter 68. Although there were 300,000 cavalrymen stationed at the border, the Bailiang border was never peaceful. The Yin Lu king, Jiaodong king, and the other vassal kings all reported their safety in the same way. Only Su Xiao, who had a different surname, complained to the court every year. Beimeng also cooperated, sending troops to disturb the border every few days. There was a small battle every year and a big battle every 3 years. Both sides had their victories and losses. As time passed, the officials in the court began to complain that Su Xiao had ulterior motives and that he was not satisfied with splitting the land and sealing the border. These scholars, who saw themselves as the trusted aides of the dynasty, were mostly reprimanded by the emperor in the palace. Those who were slightly more serious were demoted out of the capital. Often, after accumulating enough experience in the local provinces, they would be recalled to the central government every 5 or 6 years and given important tasks. As time passed, the scholars who were slow to realize that this was a shortcut to the south. In these years, Lame Su was an unavoidable barrier in the hearts of the scholars. If they did not scold him a few times, they would be embarrassed to call themselves loyal officials. At the last meeting at the end of the year, the newly promoted Grand Scholar of Wuying Hall, Wen Shouxin, had his servants carry a coffin all the way to the gate of the imperial city. The important official, who was not even 50 years old, asked for death with a blood letter in order to get rid of the emperor's subordinates. The scholars in the capital all clapped and cheered. In Bailiang, the Su flag flapped in the wind. Under the flag, the great pillar of the country, Su Xiao, rode slowly. There was only one handsome man beside him. His face was like jade, and he had the spirit of a scholar. However, he was dressed in military attire. He did not carry a sword and was empty-handed. A fine jade belt was tied around his waist, making him stand out from the crowd. The rest of the northern Liang's generals had to pull a long distance away from him. Su Xiao received a secret report from the capital and laughed lightly. Get rid of the emperor's subordinates? I am thousands of miles away from the emperor. These old scholars don't know how to save their energy to go home and deal with the beautiful concubines in their rooms. The elegant man in his 30s smiled, but did not say anything. He rode beside Butcher Su Xiao. His expression was calm, and his imposing manner did not lose out too much. The common people all over the world said that the powerful king of Bailiang had a hunchback because he was burdened with hundreds of thousands of lonely souls and wild ghosts who refused to return to their homes. The reason why he was crippled was that he was tied down by the vengeful spirit of the #1 general of the old 9 kingdoms. These common people took delight in talking about it, so naturally they would be scoffed at by the scholars who considered themselves as officials. Lame Su had been in the army for his entire life and had been injured countless times. How was he a devil with 3 heads and 6 arms? He was clearly a martial artist who had usurped power. Furthermore, how many years had it been since Lame Su had returned to the capital? Other than the older officials in the court, most of them had never interacted with the Pillar State before. They had never even met him. Under the heavens, who would be intimidated by this false reputation? Su Xiao gripped the reins and looked toward the northeast. With the horsewhip in his hand, he raised his arm and pointed to several places. He sighed ruefully. I have not been there for too long. The old fellows who opposed me for several decades are either old or dead. It seems like no one remembers my vicious and merciless methods. Right now, these young people are remonstrating with death. It is indeed lively, but it lacks a bit of sincerity. If this goes on, sooner or later these scholars will harm the country with their idle talk. What happened to West Chu in the past? They won the hearts of the people and the hearts of the scholars. Right now, Beimeng is valiant like wolves and tigers. They have coveted the country for a long time. I dare say that as soon as the Bailiang cavalry retreats, just relying on those cowardly generals of Yin, Lu, and Jiaodong, they will cry for their father and cry for their mother after several charges. The barbarians in the southeast are hard to tame. Suppressing them will lead to peace. Retreating will lead to rebellion. Rebellions are unpredictable. It is hard to guarantee that there are no traitors or traitors fanning the flames behind the scenes. The Western region's military, civil, and religious forces are integrated into one body. They are known to be a solid piece of iron, virtually impervious to oil and salt. I don't care. The well water does not interfere with the river water. All right, now even that esoteric Buddhism's red sect is starting to have designs on my son. Go to her place for Xuanxiu? Won't that make me a son-in-law who lives in his family? This woman is really tired of living. Do you believe that Laozi will take the cavalry and kidnap her from Mount Lanta'a to Bailiang and make her my son's slave? The elegant-looking man's smile deepened. He did not doubt that the Pillar State would march straight into the western region for thousands of li. It was not appropriate for the cavalry to go east, but if the horses' hooves were to go west, the imperial court would be very happy to see it happen. This man did not speak much. He held the reins with one hand and put the other hand on his waist buckle. This dragon-patterned jade buckle had a very deep history. It was carved with 2 dragons fighting over the Ganoderma. It was the favorite of Yi Baikue, the head of the 4 great generals in the past. It was only taken off after his death, and Su Xiao personally gave it to the man beside him. This trusted subordinate was Chun Jibao. The prestige of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry was second only to Su Zhao's little butcher. It was he who had single-handedly forced him and Yi Baikue into a life-or-death situation. Before the final battle where the 2 armies were evenly matched, Chun Jibao rode out and dragged 2 peerless beauties with 2 ropes. In the end, he stabbed the wife and daughter of the unparalleled general to death. After this almost certain battle, Chun Jibao, who had already killed countless surrendered soldiers, became famous again. Su Xiao smiled and asked, Jibao, how long has it been since you last saw my family's Wei Xiong? Little Butcher's face was sharp and determined. but there was a subtle gentleness in it. However, his tone was still respectful. Reporting to Godfather, "It has been 4 years." Su Xiao urged the horse to gallop. He laughed and said, "Then you have to be careful." She rushed back to Beiliang this time and is not in a good mood. Chun Jibao swung the reins and followed. Northern Liang's valiant generals were as numerous as clouds, and their ferocious soldiers were innumerable. The only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great pillar state was Chun Jibao, who always wore a white robe when he was not wearing armor. A horse galloped. The horse was the red snake that appeared in the ancient painting 9 Horses painting. Even experts who knew horses did not think that such a spiritual horse really existed. The red snake was the land mount of the Dragon King after he transformed into a human. Its forehead was 9 feet tall, and its fists were like a unicorn. The most mysterious thing was that there was a pair of red snakes dormant in the horse's nose. When the horse died, it would come out and find a new master. On the back of the red snake horse sat a plain-looking woman in a green robe. There was an ancient sword at her waist, simple and unadorned. The horse galloped so fast that dust flew like a line. She could already see the top of the city in the distance. In the city, there was a commotion everywhere. Half of Beiliang's army, more than 300 cavalrymen armed with swords and crossbows, rushed out in full force and charged through the bustling city. They split into 2 groups and surrounded 2 inconspicuous inns. Back then, when the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, stepped into Jianghu on horseback, it was different from the past wars. Every cavalryman was equipped with the current Phoenix Battalion's equipment. They wore light armor, which made it easier for them to fight while on horseback. Other than the generals who had amazing physical strength who could wield Modeo, the rest of the cavalrymen carried standard cold swords. The archers carried 2 barrels of arrows, more than 40 of them. Chapter 69. If it was a one-on-one fight, other than the Beiliang generals who had made their name through hundreds of battles and some fierce soldiers who came from the green forests and grasslands, or the Jianghu sects, no one would be able to fight against the people of the Jianghu sections. But when the Beiliang cavalry gathered more than 100 men, the strength of their teamwork, honed through piles of corpses on the battlefield, became apparent. This was especially true when an entire battalion of cavalry was advancing in an orderly manner, either on horseback or with crossbows in hand. Very few enemies could break their edge. Moreover, the butcher Su Xiao had never lacked lackeys who were completely opposite in skill and character. When this group of people killed Jianghu, people who came from the same roots as the Beiliang cavalry, they were even more adept than the Beiliang cavalry. A head was worth 10 taels of gold, or dozens of taels of gold. There were even some sect leaders whose heads were worth thousands of taels of gold. On top of that, they were given several secret manuals and official titles when they succeeded. Who wouldn't go crazy with killing? In any case, the best wool grew on the body of the fat sheep. Su Xiao was the best at using the method of quenching thirst with the hope of plum blossoms to drive people to work for him. The billowing smoke that ignited in Jianghu was practically a catastrophe that hadn't been seen in 300 years. Otherwise, how could Su Fengnian be targeted by enemies who were as numerous as carps crossing the river? Perhaps it was because the Jianghu heroes felt that killing Su Xiao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and killing the 2 young daughters was beneath their dignity. Killing that idiot Su Longxiang wasn't considered a real man either. Therefore, they all aimed the tip of their swords and spears at the innocent and pitiful His Royal Highness. Not all the Jianghu heroes who bore a blood feud were willing to go to Beiliang Palace like moths to a flame. For so many years, wave after wave, none of them had returned. Revenge was the most important thing, but what could they do if they lost their lives? Which one of them was an idiot to be able to fight against the king of Beiliang, Su Zhao's character? Now, there was even a secret rumor that the hedonistic heir apparent was an extremely sinister bastard, who knew when, while lying on the fair belly of a courtesan, he came up with the vicious idea of opening the door before letting the dog bite people. This made them beat their chests and stamp their feet. Although this heir apparent was an idiot who didn't know how to help the people, he had learned a lot from the butcher Su Xiao when it came to harming people. He truly deserved to be killed. At this time, His Royal Highness, who everyone thought deserved to be killed, and the little girl came to a street far away from one of the inns. Su Fingyin bought 2 sticks of candied haws from a roadside stall. Don't expect His Royal Highness, who rarely carried money when he went out, to pay for it. The little girl was very impressed when she saw Su Fingyin take the candied haws and leave without being chased for debt or beaten. It couldn't be helped. Even though she had seen the grandeur of Baoyang Palace, the little girl still couldn't connect the beggar Su Fingyin with His Royal Highness. In her opinion, Su Fingyin was more pleasing to the eye when he was sallow and emaciated. It was more interesting to sit with her on the willow tree by the riverside and tie twigs. It was more enjoyable to support her in a quarrel with the village women. Alas, what was so good about His Royal Highness? A penniless Su Fingyin was enough. The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked the candied haws, thinking very gloomily. Su Fingyin said that a young girl's feelings were always poetic. So, at her age, no matter how gloomy or sad she would still look good. When she became a young married woman, she would be finished. He said that a young married woman's feelings were always poetic. She didn't quite understand, but she knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Every time he laughed wickedly, someone would suffer. Where did old Huang, who would suffer the most, go? She thought for a while and didn't ask. Su Fingyin chewed on the candied haws and was in a good mood when he heard the cold whooshing sounds of crossbows in the distance and the mournful wails that followed. He wasn't worried about scaring the little girl beside him who wanted to go out with him. In the past, Su Fingyin and old Huang had worked hard to set a trap and catch a small wild boar. At first, Su Fingyin didn't get the hang of it, and his knife wasn't sharp enough. The wild boar with rough skin and thick flesh didn't die after a few stabs. She couldn't stand it and took the knife to stab the wild boar to death. No wonder she said that she wanted to be a heroine and not one of those noble ladies who smiled without showing their teeth. Su Fingyin liked her as if she was his own sister. So, she was different from anyone else in the prince's residence. She was probably old Huang's only close friend when he was alive. Su Fingyin stopped chewing on the candied haws and stared at the young man and woman at the corner of the alley in front of him. The little girl looked up and saw Su Fingyin laughing wickedly again. She only pulled on his sleeve and cleverly didn't say anything. Su Fingyin blinked and shook his head at the little girl, then walked forward alone. The young woman held the young man's hand tightly and shook her head. "Senior, don't go. The matter has already been exposed. If we go, we will die. 1 or 200 Baoyang cavalry is not something we can deal with." The man surnamed his eyes were red and his face was pale. He said with grief and indignation, "Junior sister, your father and mother are there. If not for master and mistress taking me in, I would have starved to death on the streets. A master for a day is a father for life. Even if I die, I will go." Facing the tragedy of her parents dying, the woman was still calm and cold-blooded. She tightened her grip on her senior brother's wrist and gritted her teeth. "Senior if you die, you won't even be able to see Su Fingyin and Su Weisheng's faces. How can you die like this? Is this filial piety your filial piety?" That senior martial brother was still determined to meet his death. The beautiful woman let go of his hand and slapped his face. She sneered, "Then you can die." Without her senior brother, she spat out a few words with every step she took. "I want to live. That Su Fingyin is weak but lustful. Even if I enter a brothel, I won't regret it. I will first give my body to His Royal Highness a few times until he is completely numb and careless. After being played by him a few times, I will stab him a few times when I kill him. This prince doesn't know what's good for him and claims that he never destroys flowers. I want him to die in the land of warmth and tenderness." The senior brother's heart ached, but he still walked forward. Jianghu grudges end in Jianghu, and Jianghu men die in Jianghu. This may be stupid, but Jianghu is not like the palace. There are many fools who only know filial piety. They don't care about foolish filial piety. After he walked away, the woman said disdainfully, "My parents raised this kind of trash for more than 20 years for nothing. Well scolded. He doesn't understand the big picture at all. He will die in vain." "Miss, You are the one who can endure humiliation. If I were His Royal Highness, I wouldn't be willing to kill a beauty like you." The woman turned around in horror and saw a young master in brocade, clothes leaning against the wall. He had a smile on his face and held a stick of candied haws in his left hand. She had seen a portrait that she was almost tired of looking at. Therefore, she recognized the man in front of her, even if he turned into ashes. However, in the portrait, His Royal Highness's eyes were frivolous and weak. At this time, he should be called Su Fengnian. Why did he have a domineering aura? Before she could use her glib tongue, the winter-embroidered knife was unsheathed. A crack several feet deep appeared on the thick wall behind her. The woman's head fell to the ground. Su Fengnian threw away the stick of candied haws and looked at the head on the ground. He said calmly, "Who said I don't kill women?" Chapter 70. Su Fengnian abruptly turned his head and saw a thin figure standing at the end of the alley. His mind raced as he quickly saw the person's face. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was actually the delicate girl from the beef shop. She was holding a bamboo stick, her delicate shoulders trembling as she stared blankly at His Royal Highness, who was holding a knife. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or be fierce. It was very awkward. If it was the assassin's accomplice, he could just kill him. But this little girl was so harmless that she didn't give His Royal Highness a chance to make things difficult for her. She had already turned and ran away. Su Fengnian didn't intend to pursue the matter. She was just a pretty girl from a small family. It was already quite impressive that she wasn't scared out of her wits. How could she dare to gossip? Besides, no one would believe her, and even if they did, no one would care. In Bailiang, if Su Xiao wasn't the emperor who only lacked a 9-dragon embroidered robe, then what was he? Su Fengnian found the little girl who lived in the temple. She was still fighting with the sugar-coated hawthorn with her small mouth. She probably thought the hawthorn was too sour, so she only bit off the rock sugar on the outside. She couldn't bear to throw away the rest, nor was she willing to eat it. She just stood there waiting for him. Su Fengnian didn't stand on ceremony and took the hawthorn, swallowing it in a few bites. He pulled the little girl to the beef shop 3 streets away and ordered 3 servings of soy sauce meat. The owner of the shop was still attentive. Su Fengnian didn't see the girl from the bamboo branch, who was probably called Jia. When they returned to Prince Liang's residence, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Before you go home, I want to show you something." Miss East-West asked curiously, "What is it?" Su Fengnian gently said, "The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed." The little girl curled her lips and said, "My father said that the mysteries of heaven are all lies." Su Fengnian didn't think much of it and took her back to the residence. They first went to Wudong Garden. As soon as they entered the courtyard, he clapped his hands. When they heard the clapping, all the servant girls, including Sweet Potato, Green Ant, and Cucumber, stopped what they were doing and rushed out of the building. They piled up in the courtyard, chattering and laughing, all of them looking forward to it. Although the little girl had seen Sister Sweet Potato, when so many beautiful sisters suddenly appeared, she was still a little dazed. She only heard Su Fengnian say, "The rules are the same as before. Go to the top of the mountain around this time tomorrow." The sisters burst into laughter, beaming with joy, and dispersed. After Su Fengnian sent the little girl who was in the dark back to her residence, he walked alone to a music hall called Chushu Bow Down. It was a 5-story building. There were bells, drums, zither, and cymbals in the hall. There were all kinds of instruments. There were more than 10 great musicians and music officials, and more than 160 little musicians. There were even more singers and dancers. These people were all raised by His Royal Highness for free. In the entire Liangdi, other than him, no one else could afford to raise this music hall. On the first floor, there was a large set of bells. There were as many as 8 sets of 65 bells. The bell racks were 2.5 meters high and were divided into 3 layers. They were arranged in a curved ruler shape, looking magnificent. The largest bell was as tall as a person and almost 500 caddies. This was the so-called bell chime that signified the height of wealth and rank. The bell chimes were here. The Liang dynasty followed the ancient etiquette. There were 8 sons of heaven, 6 dukes of princes from marquises, and 2 scholars. Therefore, the Bailiang Palace dance team could have 6 sons of heaven and 48 sons of heaven. Su Fengyin did not engage in honest work. For a period of time, he was obsessed with etiquette and music. He was most fond of the secular music of Shu, which was recognized as the most decadent sound in the world. He was also good at the grand Shu music, which was praised by the sons of this old man. His Royal Highness was able to play all the courtesans in Liangdi, big and small, not just by throwing money at them. The bell was the head of all the music. Su Fengyin lightly tapped the bell to test the sound. He frowned. The casting of the bells in the prince's mansion was superb. The shape was vigorous, the thickness was appropriate, and the range was wide. However, they were only used a few times a year, so it was inevitable that there would be some deviation when the sound was changed. Half of the 60-odd bells in this group were made by him and Su Weisheng. They were the most sensitive to the sound of the bells. If one were to say that Su Fengyin was idle, it would not be wrong to accuse His Royal Highness, who was born in a first-class noble family. Making bells was more time-consuming and exhausting than leading an evil dog and servant out on the street to molest a good girl. Was he really going to become a bell maker in the future? It was not only the bells. Su Fengyin also studied the sheng. Following his second sister, who knew everything, he improved the 13 and 17 movements to 24 and 36 movements, like the clear cry of a young phoenix. Su Fengyin bent down and stretched out his finger to strike the bell. The sound of the bell was melodious and vigorous. When the sound weakened, he said softly, "Come out," killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu Yue, who had been upstairs all day, came down. After the winter solstice, it was a good day for the rhythm of the yellow bell. She was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, untainted by dust, slim and elegant. Little He walked in through the door. She had been tiptoeing and secretly following His Royal Highness to the music hall where Chu and Shu musicians bowed their heads. She could barely be considered girl next door who had just grown up, but in the Bailiang Palace where beautiful maids were everywhere, she really did not stand out. Even the dancers and singers who were kept as playthings by His Royal Highness could not compare to her. Fortunately, the little girl had not reached the age where she would consciously be jealous of others. She only wanted to be a carefree heroine in the Jianghu. She was ignorant and did not know how to compete with others. The little girl giggled and jumped to Su Fengyin's side. She touched the big bell curiously and said with a look of admiration, "Su Fengyin, you know about this?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "I know a little." The little girl said regretfully, "I'm far from it. My mother said that I'm tone deaf since I was young. It's worse than the chanting of the monks at home." Su Fengyin joked, "I already learned about it when I taught you how to whistle." The little girl raised her foot to step on Su Fengyin, but her foot was dodged. The little girl was unwilling to give up and began to chase His Royal Highness. Yu Yue, who was standing at the stairs, sighed softly, "This little girl is really brave." After fooling around for a while, Su Fengyin saw a blue bird standing at the door with an unnatural expression. Chapter 71. Su Fengyin's heart skipped a beat. He held the girl's head with one hand and pointed at Yu Yue with the other. He smiled and said, "Lizzie, you play with this fish sister first. I have to go pick up someone." The girl made an O sound. Su Fengyin turned to look at Yu Yue at the door and ordered, "You take care of Lizzie." "All right, I need you to practice the sword for the next 2 days." Yu Yue frowned but did not refuse in the end. Su Fengyin flew to Wudong Garden, picked up 2 boxes of chess pieces, and ran towards the lake. He saw a woman leading a horse forward. Behind her, the housekeepers and servants did not dare to breathe loudly. They trembled like mice in front of a cat. Su Fengyin jogged over and threw a glance at the servants. The group of silent servants immediately scattered like birds and beasts, as if they had been granted amnesty. Su Fengyin smiled and said flatteringly, "Second sister, are you tired? Are you hungry?" The woman who was flattered by His Royal Highness glanced at Su Fengyin's embroidered winter saber. Her eyes became colder, and she did not make a sound. Su Fengyin was not discouraged. He carefully accompanied her and said, "Second sister, I carved a set of chess pieces for you on Wudong Mountain. According to your 19 paths, There are 361 pieces. Take a look. In the palace, the servants all knew that First Junju was afraid of Dejugwa was afraid of His Royal Highness, and Su Fingyin was afraid of Su Weisheng. Everything had its vanquisher. When it came to Second Junju, there was nothing to be afraid of. As a woman, she dared to use a sword to kill people on the battlefield of Bailiang. There was no one in the palace who did not feel their hair stand on end when they saw her. Jiang and I was a female servant with a backbone, but she was also thrown to the bottom of the well by Su Weisheng for 3 days and 3 nights. When she was pulled out of the well, the originally beautiful girl was like a ghost without a soul. Su Weisheng didn't even look at the chess pieces in the box as he silently walked forward. Su Fingyin felt wronged and called out to his sister. "I'm your sister?" Su Weisheng said coldly. Su Fingyin's footsteps did not stop as he muttered, "I'm just practicing the saber. Do you have to make such a fuss with me? I haven't seen you in 3 years, but you don't even smile." Su Weisheng brazenly attacked. In the twilight, a streak of brilliance surged. Su Fingyin felt a throbbing pain on the back of his left hand, and the chess box fell from his hand. The whole box of 180 white chess pieces fell from the air, splashing more than 100 water droplets. It was really like a fairy scattering flowers. Su Weisheng continued to move forward, ignoring His Royal Highness, who was stunned on the spot. She only said expressionlessly, "I saw it." Su Fingyin, who only had a box of black chess pieces left, looked at the figure of his second sister in the distance and sighed for a long time. On the second day, Su Fingyin went to the Luo Tu courtyard to visit Su Weisheng, but his second sister refused to see him. On the third day, he finally saw his second sister, and this was thanks to Su Fingyin climbing over walls and buildings. She was lying on the bed, holding a book, Records of Examiners, which was not respected by the current scholars. She ignored Su Fingyin. Su Fingyin smiled mischievously and wanted to lie on the bed, but Su Weisheng unsheathed her ancient sword by half an inch. Su Fingyin said helplessly, "Second sister, when will you calm down?" She said softly, "I'm going to return to the academy soon. If I don't see you, I won't be angry." Su Fingyin was stunned and asked, "You're not going to celebrate the new year at home? You're not going to wait for Su Xiao to come back?" Su Weisheng just turned a page. Su Fingyin was silent. From noon to dusk, Su Fingyin put down the lonely chess box and left the Luo Tu courtyard, which was as clean as a snow cave. Su Weisheng got off the bed and ate some snacks. Looking at the sky outside the window, she went to the stable to get the red snake. She said she was going to leave, so she really left. She did not hesitate. Su Weisheng let out the psychic horse that she had tamed by chance. After hesitating for a moment, she returned to the courtyard and took something small. Su Fingyin stood at the entrance of the prince's mansion, watching the horse, the man, and the sword leave resolutely. Su Fingyin did not need to go to the Luo Tu courtyard to know that the box of chess pieces was placed in the distance. Why bother? How could there be a woman in the world who liked to travel alone? Su Fingyin walked to the top of Mount Qingliang. Under the yellow crane tower, there would be a song and dance that was rarely seen in the world. It was originally for little Ez. He did not expect to give it to second sister. The brilliant Bailiang soul-suppressing song was written by the departing Su Weisheng. Su Fingyin composed the song. Tonight, there would be Yu Youwei's sword dance. Red Musk, Bluebird, and the other girls would sing. Green Ant, Huang Shang, and the other 30 musicians would sing. There were 160 singers and dancers. At the top of Mount Qingliang, the lights were as bright as day. The entire city could look up and see the brilliance here. The entire city could hear the majestic sounds of nature. The people in the city crazily spread the news. His Royal Highness is going to reward the children with a song again. Under the yellow crane tower, the flames were like a rainbow. Bailiang has millions of households. How many of them are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Scholarly honors and wine. How many grains of dust are the emperor's generals and ministers? A rabbit walks on the mountain. A fox sleeps in the forest, swallowing the mountains like a tiger. 10 pearls, snow mud, red stove, white hands, and a slender waist become orphans. 100,000 crossbows shoot down countless. Millions of heads roll on the road. A good man, don't say that the heroes of the world have fallen into his trap. Little girl, don't hide your admiration deep in your belly. Come, 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 let's hear who's beating the beauty drum. Come, 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 let's see who's the butcher of the young world. This soul-suppressing song had a total of 1,008 words. It was widely circulated in the Baoyang army. There were only 3 people on the city gate tower: Su Xiao, his adopted son Chen Jibao, and Su Weisheng, who was stopped by them in the end. Su Xiao held a bowl of strong wine in his right hand. He closed his eyes and listened to the song, his left hand patting his knee. Chen Jibao's expression was solemn. Su Weisheng heard half of the song and went downstairs. She held a round, pitch-black chess piece in her hand. Yellow Crane Tower. This was the first time the little girl had seen such a vast and brilliant battle array. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The timid and stupid Nambe beside her was so scared that he ran away and disappeared without a trace. Li Zi stared blankly at His Royal Highness, who was reclining on a couch not far away. He was slowly drinking wine, wearing a purple and gold crown on his head, dressed in a white robe and a scarlet mark between his eyebrows. He looked like a celestial being who had forgotten his worries. Chapter 72. On the 4th day, she finally ran out of ideas. The little monk, Bei Bei, was also on the verge of going crazy. The little girl could only sigh and groan as she walked to the carriage that Su Fengnian had prepared for her. The carriage was filled with her favorite snacks and fruits. She put them all on the bill, so the next time she saw Su Fengnian, she would have to pay him back. As for whether or not the copper coins in the bowl under her father's bed were enough, she didn't care at all. The little monk, Bei Bei, was also about to go crazy. The little girl could only sigh and groan as she walked to the carriage that Su Fengnian had prepared for her. The carriage was filled with her favorite snacks and fruits. She put them all on the bill, so the next time she saw Su Fengnian, she would have to pay him back. As for whether or not the copper coins in the bowl under her father's bed were enough, she didn't care. The little girl saw that His Royal Highness didn't seem to be getting on the carriage, as if something was missing. She anxiously said, "Su Fengnian, you're not going to see me off?" Su Fengnian raised his head and gently said, "No, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist snatching you back once we leave the city." The little girl immediately became happy. See, Su Fengnian still cared about her as a close friend. If he couldn't see her off, then so be it. He was still young, and she was still young. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't have a chance to see him off in the future. Besides, Su Fengnian said that he would come back to her home to play in 2 years at the latest. The little girl was so happy that she forgot that she hadn't told His Royal Highness where she lived or what temple it was. There were countless temples in the world. No matter how resourceful His Royal Highness was, if he didn't have a clue, how could he find it? She sat in the car and lowered her head to play with a string of red sandalwood prayer beads in her hand. 108 beads symbolized the destruction of 6 roots and 6 kinds of worries in 3 lifetimes. This was a sacred object of Buddhism that His Royal Highness piously asked for from an eminent monk of Mount Jiwa. The master of that eminent monk just happened to pass away at the age of 108. He held this string of Buddhist horse rope and chanted countless sutras. Naturally, it contained a kind of great merit that could only be understood. It could be seen that the heartless His Royal Highness cherished this little girl from the bottom of his heart. That night, the old soldiers in the city were filled with mixed feelings as they listened to the brilliant Baoyang's soul-suppressing song. The little girl ran to His Royal Highness's couch and was pulled into his arms. She wasn't shy at all. Listening to the song and smelling the scent of alcohol, she felt her heart was at peace. Before boarding the car, the little monk clasped his hands and bowed to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled and bowed back. The little monk was more familiar with the ways of the world than the little girl. He said many words of gratitude from the bottom of his heart. From the beginning to the end, the little monk didn't have any aversion to this notorious heavenly playboy of Baoyang. Perhaps it was because he had heard Li Zi talk about how good and smart Su Fengnian was before they met, so he had a good first impression of him. In addition, during this period of time, he only saw His Royal Highness playing with Li Zi. He didn't see him being domineering or evil. In the end, he even brought him a few Buddhist scriptures that the temple lacked from that big attic. The little monk really couldn't hate him. The carriage moved slowly. The little girl lifted the curtain and waved her hand vigorously. Su Fengyan smiled and waved back. When she could no longer see Su Fengyan's slender figure, the little girl sat back down on the embroidered stool. She was a little annoyed and her heart was empty. The little monk asked, "Li Zi, why didn't I see the coachman you mentioned, old Huang?" The little girl, who was originally listless, immediately became radiant and said, "Old Huang. He's the most interesting. When he smiles, I can see that he's missing 2 front teeth. Old Huang loves his ivory comb the most. He always hides it, afraid that Su Fengyan will sell it for money. But he's willing to let me comb his hair. Anyway, old Huang and I have a good relationship." As long as Li Zi was in a good mood, the little monk was in a good mood. Even if Li Zi was in a good mood because of old Huang or even Su Fengyan, the little monk didn't care. Stupid Nanbei. The little girl suddenly used her finger to knock the little monk's head and scolded, "Who told you to call me Li Zi?" The little monk held his head and said, "Su Fengyan always calls you that." The little girl became angry from embarrassment and said, "Are you him? Are you the same?" The little monk said timidly, "Okay, thing." The little girl gritted her teeth and said, "You're not allowed to call me thing. Wu Nanbei, you stupid Nanbei." The little monk tactfully shut his mouth. She was really angry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him by his full name, Wu Nanbei. This was because her master used to hold onto Li Zi's braid and earnestly taught her that monks shouldn't talk about their names, Taoism, or longevity. She was not allowed to call her family by their original names before they were born. Alas, her master didn't have any strong points. This was the only good thing about him. Li Thing, Wu Nanbei. Although the little monk's face was reserved, he was actually thinking happily in his heart. "You're Thing, and I'm Nanbei. As long as we're together, everything will be fine." Poor Su Xiao could only appear in his mansion when the little girl and the little monk left the city. He sat with Su Fengyan in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Only the father and son were there. Even Chun Jibao wasn't present. De Zhuwa had 6 adopted sons. Chun Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, Yi Shizhen, Yao Jian, Qi Danghua, and Chu Lushan. Their personalities were very different. His Royal Highness also had a subtle relationship with them. Su Fengyan didn't get along with Chun Jibao since they were young. In the past, he didn't have a good impression of Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua, the 2 invincible generals. In the past year, their relationship had improved so much that they even drank together a few times. As for the scholarly general Yi Shizhen, his relationship with his Royal Highness was always mediocre. However, Yao Jian, who was proficient in the green pouch technique, was always able to talk to Su Fengyan. The young heir liked to watch Yao Jian gnaw on soil and seal acupoints the most. He always found it very interesting. Needless to say, the round Lu Qiu'er bowed and bent his knees as if he was Su Fengyan's biological son. No one doubted that if his Royal Highness wanted him to kill his family's wife and children, Lu Qiu'er would frown. Su Xiao said proudly, "I met your second sister near the city gate. This time, she didn't scold me. Isn't your father awesome?" Su Fengyan said gloomily, "She didn't scold you because she was sulking with me. She didn't take you seriously at all." Su Xiao, the dignified de Zhuwa, was acting like a village farmer. He said shamelessly, "I don't care about that." Su Fengyan said angrily, "You don't even know how to hold your second sister back. In any case, she could spend the new year at home." Su Xiao curled his lips. "Then wouldn't I be asking to be scolded?" Su Fengyan shook his head. He had a stomach full of anger. He took a deep breath and asked, "I performed that illegal song and dance 2 days ago. Is it all right?" Su Xiao said embarrassedly, it's fine. How can I run into the Emperor's death every time?" Su Fengyan snorted. Su Xiao could only laugh along. When Su Fengyan was 14, the late Emperor died suddenly. During the period of mourning, His Royal Highness danced and sang at the Yellow Crane Tower. All of Bailiang was shocked and dumbfounded. De Zhuwa, covered in dust, rushed back to the prince's mansion and was about to beat this bastard of a son. In the end, he couldn't bear to do it. He only dragged out the 200 people from a music house and beheaded them as a public display. At that time, the newly ascended emperor showed a merciful side. He only verbally reprimanded Su Fengnian a little, using the reason that he was young and ignorant to suppress the criticism of the civil and military officials. Only 3 years later, he had the intention of making the naughty son of Bailiang his son-in-law. The whole world was in an uproar and couldn't understand. Su Fengnian asked, "How's my second sister's swordsmanship?" De Zhu smiled. "It's still a little lacking compared to the master Nangong you attracted." Su Fengnian was surprised. "I know my second sister's swordsmanship isn't bad, but it's actually this good?" De Zhu said proudly, "Wei Xiong, this girl, always wants to be first in everything she does. That turtle bastard, nicknamed Huang Longshi, will sooner or later be used as a stepping stone by your second sister." Su Fengnian carried Xiao Dong on his shoulder and held the back of his head with both hands. He leaned against the red and gold pillars of the pavilion and said lazily, "Why don't I put my second sister's face together with Bai Huer's? After thinking about it, only the two of them are suitable." De Zhu rolled his eyes. "If you say this to either of them, you'll be asking for a beating. A red hoe and a spring thunder. You'll suffer." Su Fengnian sighed. "You're right. We can't beat them." De Zhu lowered his voice. "I have an expert in my hands. If you have the ability, take him." Su Fengnian frowned and asked subconsciously, "How high?" De Zhu stretched out his two hands. "In the whole world, he's really in the top 10. 40 years ago, he was in the top 3. 20 years ago, he was definitely in the top 5. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Isn't he even higher than old Huang?" Su Xiao smiled. Su Fengnian asked, "Where did you hide him?" Su Xiao pointed at the tide-listening pavilion and said mysteriously, "He's suppressed under the pavilion. The reason why I built this pavilion and why your master is here is because of this once-in-a-century old monster." Su Fengnian shook his head. "With my inexperienced skills, do you think I'm going to court death?" Su Xiao nodded. "There's no rush. That old monster's evil tendencies haven't been wiped out. Anyone who goes now is indeed courting death." Su Fengnian muttered to himself, "Then I won't dare go to the tide-listening pavilion in the future." Su Xiao smiled. "You can go," Su Fengnian said resolutely. "I won't go even if you beat me to death." Chapter 73. He laughed to himself and said, 2 days ago, I asked someone to send a box of forbidden erotic books up the mountain. I wonder if the bull rider was hung up and whipped by his second senior brother? Beggar Su, you are still so boring." The cold voice of the white fox face floated out from the attic. Su Fengnian pushed the door open and saw the white fox face standing under the white jade relief of the flying apsaras of Dunhuang in the hall. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "I haven't heard this title for more than a year." His Royal Highness carried the exquisite embroidery of winter, and the white fox face and waist hung the simple spring thunder. Su Fengnian said to himself shamelessly, "So we are quite compatible." The white fox face slowly turned her head and shifted her gaze from the mural to Su Fengnian. She was full of murderous intent. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "I mean the embroidery of winter and spring thunder." Nonsense. No matter how beautiful the white fox face was, His Royal Highness would not fall in love with a man. The white fox face looked again at the 64 flying apsaras of Dunhuang. Each of them was as tall as a human. They wore 5 jeweled crowns on their heads. Some were Taoist crowns, some were in a bun, and some were smiling. Their upper bodies were bare, and their shoulders were covered with ribbons. They were holding flutes, and Kong Ho. It was like a fairyland filled with heavenly flowers falling from the sky. His Royal Highness knew to ride on Su Zhao's neck and attract the attention of the flying apsaras when he was young. If this was not a unique bone structure, what was it? If this was not a gift, what was it? However, after he grew up, he did not do it often. After all, Su Jihu liked to sleep with Su Fengnian the most. He did not let go of him even when he was 12 or 13 years old. Su Fengnian's habit of hugging his neck and stroking his earlobe while sleeping was due to her indulgence. Bai Huer's face shifted a few steps and stared at a fairy at the top of the northwest corner. This fairy was adorned with precious bracelets on her arms and held a phoenix-headed Kong Ho in her hand. Upon closer inspection, she only had one eye. Su Fengnian didn't take it to heart. He said with lingering fear, Su Xiao said there's an old monster suppressed at the bottom of the Tide Hark Pavilion. White Fox face, be careful. Bai Hu Er's face looked as if she had a sudden epiphany. The spring thunder was unsheathed and hit the eyes of the flying beast. The spring thunder bounced back into the sheath. That flying apsaras did not move at all, but the other 63 flying apsaras began to drift slowly. A door appeared in front of them. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded and muttered, "Is this the finishing touch?" The face of White Fox walked straight in. Su Fengnian wanted to pull him back, but failed. After a moment of hesitation, he followed him into the darkness. With the help of the moonlight in the hall, he could see that there was a staircase leading to the basement. White Fox's face drew out spring thunder, illuminating the road with a clear blade. Su Fengnian followed suit and drew out his winter-embroidered blade. When Su Fengnian counted to 63, the staircase gradually became clearer. It was a hall with 4 luminous pearls embedded in the 4 walls. It was like a tomb. Memorial tablets. It was filled with the memorial tablets of Bailiang's fallen generals and generals. No less than 600 pieces. A thatched mat was placed in the center of the hall for kneeling and worshipping. The mat couldn't conceal an even larger yin-yang fish formation. Su Fengnian looked at the memorial tablets. Only a small number of them were familiar to him. They were all the meritorious generals of Bailiang's army who died in the chaotic spring and autumn war that swept the world. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000. This was just the language of a scholar. Here, in this place, was the real underworld. White Fox's face showed no signs of fear. He only asked, "Do you want to exchange winter embroidered for spring thunder?" Su Fengnian knew something was wrong. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't." White Fox's face was obviously annoyed by His Royal Highness' lack of tact. He narrowed his phoenix eyes and stared at Su Fengnian as if he was looking at a memorial tablet. White Fox's face could see that spring thunder was more suitable for His Royal Highness to practice his blade than winter embroidered. Su Fengnian pretended not to see anything. If he was not mistaken, the peerless master who had been suppressed for 20 years was lying dormant underground. Judging from White Fox's posture, he was obviously curious. With his temper, he would most likely go and find out. Su Fengnian didn't want to be a lamb in a tiger's den. His second Jianghu adventure wasn't so desperate that he had to take the risk. Bai Hu frowned and compromised for the first time. "I want to go down another level. But this is your home after all. So, if you agree to my request, other than exchanging blades with you, I will also agree to another condition." Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Okay." White Fox's face was even more straightforward. He threw spring thunder to Su Fengnian directly. Su Fengnian caught spring thunder. He was not in a hurry to exchange winter embroidered to White Fox's face. Instead, he asked seriously, "Can I state my condition now?" White Fox's face nodded. Su Fengnian said seriously, "The condition is that we don't go down now. If you want to go back on your words, you have to kill me first. Ah, no, you have to knock me out." White Fox's face widened his pair of limpid eyes and looked at His Royal Highness who was holding dual blades. Suddenly, White Fox's face smiled. If those Dunhuang flying apsaras were to be compared to the current him, they would not have the immortal Buddha Chi. Su Fengnian was stunned, but he did not dare to let his guard down. This was the first time White Fox's face smiled in front of him. He seemed to be angry. Yes, it was the anger of a woman. He said slowly, "You win this time, scoundrel Su." Su Fengnian was finally relieved. The feeling of being on the brink of death was really unbearable. White Fox's face stretched out his hand. Su Fengnian's eyes were full of doubts. White Fox's face said angrily, "Give me winter-embroidered blades. Go upstairs. We'll go down when you're braver." Su Fengnian was stunned. He threw the winter-embroidered blades to White Fox's face. He was a little reluctant to part with them. He had been relying on this little lady since they were on Mount Wudong. They went upstairs together. White Fox's face took the winter-embroidered blades and knocked the flying eyeballs. The mural miraculously returned to its original state. Su Fengyin was about to slip away. Unexpectedly, White Fox's face was not angry. He only said softly, "Drink with me." Su Fengyin ran to the Wudong garden and brought back 2 pots of good wine. The two of them sat on the edge of the magnificent platform of the tide-listening pavilion. White Fox's face sat cross-legged while Su Fengyin's feet hung in the air outside the platform. Baihuer gulped down a mouthful of wine. The Prince of Northern Liang is the most ambitious man I've ever met, but I still don't understand how Su Xiao became a powerful minister even though he's been promoting legalism and hegemony for the past year. When I saw more than 600 memorial tablets just now, I seem to understand a little. With 600 people working for you, even if you're an idiot, you can still rule over a province. If these 600 people are all heroes who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you, then what? Everyone knows that the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, started out with 600 brave riders. Now there are only a few left, right? They're probably all there. Su Fengyin looked at the night sky. White Fox's face said softly, "Is it tiring to have such a father?" Su Fengyin shook his head. White Fox's face shook the wine pot and mocked. "Your father's methods, scheming, and endurance are all top-notch, but you're a scoundrel." Su Fengyin smiled bitterly. "Don't make fun of me, an idiot. Didn't I use embroidery winter to cheat you of spring thunder? If you're not satisfied, we can exchange it back." White Fox's face curled into a charming smile. She took another sip of wine. Even when drinking, she was still so bold. She said, "Tell me, what's your condition?" Su Fengyin said softly, "Let's not talk about it. If you want to go down, then go down. Just let me know when the time comes. I'll ask Su Xiao to arrange more people for you." White Fox's face was suspicious. "Since when are you so kind?" Su Fengyin said self-deprecatingly, "I don't have many friends to begin with. Because of the Lingzhou Prefecture's magistrate, who is determined to be a loyal minister, I lost one last year. No matter what you think of me, I'll always treat you as a friend." White Fox's face was expressionless. She only raised her head and drank. Soon, the whole pot was emptied by him. She reached out her hand and asked Su Fengyin for more wine. Su Fengyin shook the wine pot in his hand and smiled. "I've already drunk. Do you still want more?" Slightly tipsy, White Fox's face said loudly, "Give it to me." Su Fengyin handed it over. He was half surprised and half annoyed. He was surprised that White Fox's face, who was so proud and arrogant, was beginning to not care about trifles with him. He was annoyed that White Fox's face was definitely not a woman. White Fox's face said something that almost made Su Fengyin vomit blood. "If only you were a woman. I'll marry you." Chapter 74. His Royal Highness had always been the one to tease others. How could he be the one being teased? Moreover, the White Fox face beside him was a man. Su Fengyin could only feel sorrow welling up from within. Unfortunately, even a spring thunder saber was no match for the White Fox face. He immediately had the urge to go into seclusion to practice his saber skills. After practicing for a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the world. His Royal Highness had fallen so low that he could only hypnotize himself. Baihuer continued to drink her wine. Her red phoenix eyes glanced at scoundrel Su from the corner of her eye and felt a sense of relief. Drinking 2 pots of wine warmed her stomach, but when she spoke, it warmed her heart. No wonder beggar Su was still so stubborn, even though he was so poor during his travels. Sometimes his words were the most infuriating, even sharper than the embroidery of winter and spring thunder. The White Fox face finished his wine and placed the 2 empty pots beside his feet. He looked at the calm surface of the lake and smiled. I listened to the brilliant Beiliang soul suppression song that night. The lyrics were well written, but the music was a bit lacking, wasting 1,008 words. Su Fengyin pointed at himself and laughed dryly. "Forgive me, it was indeed my music." The White Fox face gave him a punch and a jujube. "I said it was not good because of the brilliant lyrics in front of me. If your music was put aside, it was still beyond my expectations. Seems like I can't call you an idiot in the future." Su Fengyin leaned back and lay on the ground. He said indifferently, "Go ahead. It's not easy to meet a guy who doesn't get angry when he scolds me. I can't let go to waste." The white fox face asked, "What if someone else scolds you?" Su Fengyin said righteously, "First I scold him back, then I beat him to death." The white fox face suddenly understood. "No wonder Bailiang said you were domineering and arrogant." Su Fengyin pretended to be deep and said, "I think you can tell that I'm just pretending. Actually, I'm enduring hardships and building up my courage. One day, I'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I'll let everyone in the world know of my political and martial prowess." The white fox face said lazily, "You're not pretending, you're just going with the flow. You've always been a lazy and scoundrel." Su Fengyin held his belly and laughed. "White fox face, you know me best. What did you say just now?" "Oh, I remember. If you're a woman, I'll marry you." White fox ignored him and asked softly, "A lazy person like you actually learned how to use the sword. Is it really for old Huang?" Su Fengyin shook his head. White fox faced the sword. "There's a high chance that I won't be able to defeat that old monster Wang Xinji in this lifetime. Naturally, I won't be able to retrieve old Huang's sword case. I'm very clear about this. But I secretly thought that if I can't defeat Wang Xinji, I can still wait until the day he dies of old age. If the second in the world can live for another 60 or 70 years, I'll be convinced. If I can't live until that day, I'll tear down the entire martial emperor's city." The white fox face smiled and asked, "Then you won't go to the Eastern Sea before Wang Xinji dies of old age?" Su Fengyin said seriously, "I'll go. Maybe I'll have to leave Bailiang after the first lunar month. Some debts have to be paid, some have to be scolded, and some have to be killed. Of course, I'll also make a trip to Martial Emperor City." The white fox face turned to look at His Royal Highness, who was lying on the ground. She asked doubtfully, "Since you can't defeat him and retrieve the sword case, why go?" Su Fengyin said calmly, "I'm just going to take a look. If I don't take a look, I'm afraid that after a year or 2 or 3, I'll forget about old Huang and the sword case." The white fox face thought for a while. She lay down straight and stretched her legs. She said softly, "You seem to be the same as me. You're afraid that you won't be able to hold on and will forget everything. I was right to give you the embroidery of winter. Now that I'm giving you the spring thunder, it won't be bad." Su Fengyin laughed mischievously. "White fox face, it's a pity that you're a man." The white fox face returned the compliment. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "It's a pity that you're not a woman." Su Fengyin closed his eyes. The white fox face said softly, "I won't follow you out of Bailiang. There are 5 floors of secret manuals in the arsenal. Before I reach the last floor, I won't leave the building. So, can you change your condition?" Without waiting for Su Fengyin to answer, the white fox face continued, "If you don't agree and want me to follow you to the Jianghu, I'll still fulfill my promise." Su Fengyin, who was still resting with his eyes closed, twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "One spring thunder from embroidery of winter is enough. Old Huang said that one must be content with what one has to fill one's stomach and heart. Listen to this logic. No wonder he could perform those 9 swords. I think that this is what an expert is like. F***CK, Wang Xinji, Dong Tai, Chao Guanzi." The white fox face closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up in the morning, the white fox face sat up abruptly. Her face was as white as snow, and the winter embroidery knife beside her was trembling and crying. When the white fox face realized that she was wearing a familiar mink coat, she quickly calmed down and laughed at herself. Chapter 75. When Su Fengyin found Jiang and I, she was carrying water to wash clothes. She was reluctant to use force to wash a few thin and white clothes. When she saw Su Fengyin, the female servant who had grown from Princess Taiping to Princess Weiping with great difficulty, she turned a blind eye to His Royal Highness. Su Fengyin had heard that when his second sister returned to the palace, although she ignored him, she had secretly taught a lesson to this girl who had foolishly written the Great Gung Horn Oath to Kill post. Su Fengyin did not feel any heartache. He only rejoiced in her misfortune. "Who told you to make trouble and not properly clean that little vegetable garden?" Jiang and I seemed to see Su Fengyin's malicious smile from the corner of her eyes. Her face became even colder and she accidentally used too much force to wash the clothes. Her eyes were filled with annoyance, and her movements immediately became lighter. She no longer cared about fighting with Su Fengnian. His Royal Highness was a prodigal son of a noble family who could casually make a set a Baoyang soul-suppressing song that was known throughout the city when he was bored. And she was just a female servant who did not even dare to use force to wash a few pieces of clothes. What was the point of being angry with him? Su Fengnian looked at Jiang Ni's red and frozen cheeks. When she was not smiling, her dimples were shallow. Looking at her eyes, they were lifeless. Had she become discouraged after being taught a lesson by his second sister? Had she given up on killing him? This was not the usual style of this crazy girl. Could it be that his second sister had given her too much medicine this time? Su Fengnian thought for a moment and smiled. In the coming days, go to Wutong Yuan and read to me. 1 word for 1 How about this deal? Jiang and I did not even think and resolutely said, not reading. Su Fengnian said unhurriedly, you have to know that I am letting you read secret manuals from the martial library. You don't want to read? You don't want to earn this money? Jiang Ni's brows furrowed, and her movements of washing clothes became even more meticulous and slow. Su Fengnian turned and left. Jiang and I snorted and continued to wash clothes with her head down. She was not going to take the bait. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue from afar. 1 word is 1 won. 1,000 words is 100,000 strings of coins a day, including rest. 1 year is 36,000 strings of coins of money. At the end of the year, 10,000 strings of coins of wealth. Just thinking about it, it is a pity. Jiang Ni's mouth twitched. To read 300 poems to 300 poems to write poems of gods. There's also an old saying that to read 300 poems, even if you don't know how to compose poems, can compose poems, recite poems, recite it. To be I. Listen, my maids to my ears. To hear my mind. Turned head to Fengnian spat. And fiery to hin. Perhaps it was mixed with a lot of insignificant kindness, but Jiang and I ignored it or regarded it as a provocation. When His Highness Crown Prince disappeared from her peripheral vision, Jiang and I was in a daze. Although she was born in a noble family, how could a child who was only a few years old have any feelings for money? Later on, she was kidnapped and brought to the northern Liang Palace. She lived a very poor life. Now, her monthly allowance was not even 2 taels. She had a lot of money. Even 10,000 taels of silver was something she did not even dare to think about. Jiang and I did not have much interest in earning money. What really attracted her was the martial arts manuals that she could only look forward to for many years. Of course, she knew that Su Fengnian, this mean and evil person, was practicing his blade with all his might in Wudong. He did not rest for even a moment. Jiang and I could not help but ask herself, what can she do with the talisman wrapped around her arm? A few years ago, she could not kill His Royal Highness. In a few more years, even if she had 100 or 1,000 talismans, would she be able to kill him? But if she agreed to study for him, how treacherous was Su Fengnian? Wouldn't there be a trap for her to jump into? Jiang Ni's eyes were empty. She walked blankly in front of the little snowman and squatted down. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Su Fengnian stood in the shadow, squinting at the little mudman and the little snowman. The great pillar of the country, Su Xiao, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He stood behind him and chuckled. Haven't you seen enough after more than 10 years? Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. Su Xiao saw that the spring thunder had replaced the embroidered winter. He made a sound of surprise and asked curiously, how did you trick it? Su Fengnian coldly snorted, don't play dumb with me. Is there anything in the prince's mansion that you don't know? Su Xiao smiled faintly and said, since you and White Fox have found the knack of the underworld, why don't you accompany me to the morning hall again? Su Fengnian grunted in acknowledgement. He silently followed the hunchbacked Su Xiao into the tide-listening pavilion. Su Fengnian threw the spring thunder and opened the door. Seeing Su Xiao enter empty-handed, Su Fengnian whispered, aren't you going to propose a toast? Su Xiao did not even turn his head and said flatly, no need. I'm the only one alive. What's the point of proposing a toast? No one can drink it. When they arrived at the morning hall that Su Fengnian regarded as the netherworld, Su Xiao sat on a cushion and beckoned Su Fengnian to sit down with him. Su Xiao waited for his son to sit down before pointing to a memorial tablet in front of him. Chen Chang, Chen Jibao's father. During the Battle of Jinliao, he gave his life in exchange for mine. Otherwise, this spot would be his today. Ike was defeated. This Wang Jian, who is known as the enemy of 10,000, held up the city gate with both hands and let me escape. His corpse was chopped into minced meat. During the campaign against West Shu, I faced off against the enemy at the Western Wall for 2 years. Everyone in the world believed that I would join forces with the West Shu Emperor and rule the world from north to south. Ma Ling, who was finally able to retire as a senior official in the capital, spoke up for me. He led a total of 14 former Beiliang generals and pledged their loyalty to me at the cost of their lives. Xing Qiu of the Eastern Yu family, who liked to sing with his hoarse voice when he drank, also passed away. Within Western Shu, just 10 miles from the Imperial Palace, military advisor Zhao Chongling died of illness. Just 10 miles, and he would have been able to kill the incapable ruler of Western Shu who had destroyed his entire family. Han Li originally did not have the death penalty. In order to establish military discipline, I personally cut off his head. Su Xiao pointed to the memorial tablets one by one. His voice was hoarse and calm, but thunderous. Su Fengnian trembled all over. Su Xiao stood up with a limp and straightened his back. He looked at the memorial tablets that were piled up layer by layer and sneered, "Fengnian, when you leave Shiliang, I will make a trip to the capital. I want to see who dares to take my life. With their little strength, they cannot lift the head of the butcher Su Xiao." Chapter 76. Jiang and I was unwilling to read, but there were many pretty maids in Wudong Garden who fought to read to His Royal Highness. Sweet Potato's voice was the most charming, so Su Fengnian let her read some martial arts scriptures from Guanyin Nunnery in the South Sea. Green Ant's voice was more tender and ethereal, so she was responsible for some secret scriptures that were similar to swordplay. Cucumber was the most lively girl, so she was allowed to read the most heterodox scriptures in the library. Bluebird was the most upright, so she was most suitable for Taoist scriptures like the Taiping internal scripture. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 90 good deeds. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 300 good deeds. Those who wish to become immortals should establish 1,300 good deeds. Today, the green bird was reading the chapter of Supreme Mystery Induction. Su Fengnian didn't lie on the sweet potato's thigh or play with the green ant's finger like he usually did. Instead, he sat upright and still by the window. Spring thunder left its scabbard and one of his fingers slid across the blade. After obtaining the Taoist De Huang Ting, Su Fengnian's various instincts were wonderful beyond words. For example, just by listening to Bluebird reading the Taishan Induction chapter, Su Fengnian felt the saliva in his mouth rushing into his body like a waterfall, flowing into his dantian, and his genuine qi flowing. His head felt like it was steaming, his limbs and bones melted, especially the inverted red date mark between his eyebrows, faintly turning from red to purple. It actually had the grand atmosphere of the Taoist master of Longhu Mountains. Purple aura comes from east. The reason why the De Huang Ting was called De Huang Ting was because the supreme embryonic breathing technique was different from the normal Taoist Nigong Heart Sutras. Instead, it was able to form 3 De Huang Ting in one breath, born from the ancestor of the Taoist book, Laozi's I Chi San Qing. Perhaps it was because Wudong sect leader Wang Zhongluo did not want His Royal Highness to waste his cultivation base by sitting on a mountain, so he entrusted Wang Zhongluo with 2 matters. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and said with a laugh, "Sect leader Wang said that the Great Yellow Court is a stream of flowing water. If I cannot continuously improve myself within 10 years and turn it into my own use, sooner or later it will vanish into nothingness." I don't think he was just trying to scare me. Furthermore, the old Taoist was afraid that I wouldn't know how to pick up the treasures after he led me into the treasure mountain, so he specially explained the 6 heavenly pavilions of the Great Yellow Palace, which are the 6 realms. This is very similar to the 6th floor of the Tide Listening Pavilion. Now, that white fox's face is about to go to the 3rd floor. I've only just stepped into the building. Bluebird put down the bamboo scroll of Tai Xian and asked, "How much has your highness enlightened?" Su Fengyan sheathed the spring thunder saber that he was gradually getting familiar with. He pointed at his glabella and said with a smile, "For the great yellow court, it's not difficult to enlighten. The difficult part is to retain the 3 pure one's chi. The more enlightened I become, the more I lose. If I slack off for even a day, I won't be able to make ends meet. This Wudong sect leader is ruthless to himself, but even more ruthless to me." Bluebird was stunned for a moment, but she smiled without saying anything. Su Fengyan took a strand of Bluebird's hair and silently recited, "Lotus blooms on the clear water of the jade pond. The body will not wither without sickness. Both the body and the spirit will not die, and the immortal will be able to ascend the heavenly gate with one step." Bluebird was puzzled and asked, "Your Highness, which book did this prophecy come from?" Su Fengyan stroked her soft hair and said self-deprecatingly, "You don't allow me to make up some nonsense?" Bluebird was in high spirits. Second rank made Cucumber hid at the door sneakily, as if she was unwilling to come in. This was abnormal. Su Fengyan laughed and scolded, "Do you plan to stand there for the rest of your life?" Cucumber reluctantly entered the room and whispered, "Your Highness, that girl surnamed Jiang is in the courtyard. Why don't I drive her away?" Su Fengyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Let her in. Don't think that I don't know that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you acted on your own initiative and forbade Yu Wei from picking the osmanthus flowers. How come I heard that in Wudong Garden, you love to eat the osmanthus cakes she makes the most? You can eat a big box of food at a time. I was wondering why you gained so much weight this winter. Is it all because of the osmanthus cakes? If you continue to gain weight, you'll have to change out of your old clothes." Cucumber's face turned red. Su Fengyan waved his hand, and the clever maid went out of the room to bring Jiang and I in. Bluebird took the initiative to leave. Su Fengyan looked at Jiang and I looked at Su Fengyan. Neither of them admitted defeat. It depended on who had more patience. When Su Fengyan calmly picked up the bamboo scroll, Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter, Jiang and I said fiercely, "Is the deal you mentioned still valid?" Su Fengyan didn't play dumb and said directly, "It's still valid." Jiang and I didn't have the consciousness of begging and said, "I'll only read for you if you pay 2 copper coins per word." Su Fengyan said firmly, "There's no room for discussion. 1 copper coin per word." Jiang and I said calmly, 2 copper coins." Su Fengyan looked at her. I shook his head. 1 copper coin. Jiang and I turned and left. Su Fengyan smiled. 1 copper coin per word. You can read more books every day. You can still read me until I'm broke. Jiang and I walked to the door and hesitated. Su Fengyan smiled. The Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter in my hand has 6,000 words. After you finish reading it, I'll give you 7 copper coins. How about it? Jiang and I turned and went back into the house. The deal didn't break down. However, she stood in the corner furthest away from His Royal Highness with a cold face and stretched out her hand. Su Fengyan knew her bad temper and threw the Supreme Mystery Sensing Chapter to her. Jiang and I takes over the bamboo slips. The rope between the bamboo slips is badly worn. At first glance, he can tell that it is a treasure in any Taoist temple. He is even angrier. This antique is at least a few hundred years old. How can he throw it casually? What if it falls apart? Since he was so generous, he still haggled over 1 copper coin or 2 copper coins with her. Su Fengyan probably guessed Jiang Ni's thoughts and said with a smile, "Are you feeling bad? After all, it belongs to me. I can use it however I want. But if it needs to leave my hands, I have to be careful." 1 copper coin. Su Fengyan looked out the window and laughed. Only old Huang and the little girl understood the fun and mystery behind this. Jiang and I began to read the scripture. Her voice and sentences were inevitably a bit choppy. Su Fengyan didn't care. He didn't have any talent, but his memory had never lost to anyone. Why did he spend money to let Jiang and I read the supreme mystery-sensing chapter, and other martial arts manuals. Jiang and I didn't understand. She also didn't want to understand. She only hoped to read some superior martial arts and secretly memorize them. Then, one day, she would be able to insert the talisman into His Royal Highness' chest. Su Fengnian finally came back to his senses. He changed into a casual position and listened to Jiang Ni's voice. He looked at the little girl who was holding the bamboo scroll and reading attentively. His eyes were no longer like stagnant water. There was some life in them. Su Fengnian, who was full of evil tricks, didn't know why she was reading attentively. Only Su Xiao, the great pillar of the country, knew why she was reading attentively. That day, when they walked out of the morning hall, Su Xiao joked, "If Jiang Yan'ai is lucky enough to kill you in the future, she will most likely kill herself. Without an enemy like you, there seems to be no meaning in her life anymore. But if she knows that she can't kill you, she will be as good as dead." Su Fengnian said softly, "You read the word flag incorrectly." Jiang and I paused and read the sentence again. Su Fengnian laughed. "This sentence doesn't count." Jiang and I didn't resist. She just emphasized reading. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts. He closed his eyes and breathed with the sentence, long and rhythmic. Seeing her pause, Su Fengnian opened his eyes. He thought for a moment and held back his laughter, reminding her. She knew. Jiang and I, who didn't recognize the word "qi," blushed slightly. Su Fengnian said with a straight face, "Deduct 10 coins." Jiang and I snorted. She was probably in the wrong and didn't argue. She didn't think that she would be deducted 60 to 70 coins in the blink of an eye because she didn't recognize 6 or 7 words. Jiang and I, whose mouth was dry, first had red eyes. Finally, when she heard Su Fengnian's emotionless deduct 10 coins, she suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 77. Taoism had a saying of 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands. In the previous dynasty, the 9 pecks of rice sect's old immortal Ma Chengzhu was the most popular. At that time, Mount Longhu was only listed as the 26th blessed land of Taoism, and it didn't have any paradises. Compared to Mount Wudong, it seemed to be too inferior. However, since it became the ancestral court of Taoism, Taoist Master Zhao of Mount Longhu had been teaching in the Taoist mansion for 40 generations. Every Taoist master could be conferred a title by the imperial court. In addition to the title of Taoist master, he was also an official of the 1st or 2nd rank. He could summon people and teach the emperor health and disease prevention techniques. This generation's great celestial master, Zhao Danxia, and the Grand Chancellor of the Shangyin Academy had both become state masters. The previous generation's celestial master was only in charge of the affairs of the various Taoist sects in Jiangnan. This generation's celestial master was in charge of all the Taoist sects in the world. Xiaoyao Temple was a small temple on Mount Longhu. There were few people, let alone incense. Taoist Mansion probably couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want the oldest Taoist temple on the mountain to be short of rice, so they could only provide some silver every month. Xiaoyao Temple didn't belong to Mount Longhu Taoist Court. It was only 2 generations ago that it was under the name of Taoist Mansion. So far, there were no more Buddhist temples on Mount Longhu. Even an old temple like Xiaoyao Temple couldn't support it. Taoists who were different from Zhengyi school had moved out of Mount Longhu one after another. At this time, there was an old Taoist master surnamed Zhao living in Xiaoyao Temple, Zhao Shituan. If outsiders heard it for the first time, they wouldn't take it seriously and would think that it was an old guy who entered Mount Longhu. There were 3 Taoist masters surnamed Zhao living in Mount Longhu, but don't think that the surname Zhao on the mountain was necessarily great. Only the Taoist masters of Mount Longhu in Taoist Mansion were the leaders of this Taoist capital. The headmaster of this generation of Mount Longhu was the Dan generation, followed by Jing, Ning, Ling, Jing, and Guan. In the temple, the old Taoist master Zhao Shituan looked at the courtyard full of hawthorns that had been exposed to wind, sun, snow, and rain. They had long dried up, so how could he eat them? The withered youth squatted in the courtyard, looking a little embarrassed. The old Taoist stood by the side. Today was a good day for a hero to talk about his past bravery. He leisurely said, "Long Xiang, when I was young, I loved to entertain the mountains and rivers. When I was young, I was well-versed in the 8 trigrams. There were no books that I didn't read, and I floated out into the world. Back then, the ancestors on the mountain loved me so much that they were confused, but I didn't care about the false reputation of being a minister. I wandered around for more than 30 years before returning to the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, I did some things like imparting scriptures and writing seals to cure diseases and disasters. I was almost invited to the palace by the old emperor to talk about the Huang Lao Shu. Although many people in the Taoist mansion have been to the capital and entered the imperial palace, that's because they also have the surname Zhao. Long Xiang, don't look at the hawthorns. Talk to me. We don't talk much every day. Outsiders will think that I don't care about you. My disciple, why don't I teach you the great dream of spring and autumn that our ancestor only passed down to me? This is a Taoist immortal art that even my arrogant nephew couldn't comprehend. I'm only able to protect this carefree temple because of this great dream of spring and autumn. This mantra is comparable to Wudong's big yellow court. I can sleep for 3 years now because the old ancestor is amazing. It said that it's not difficult to sleep for 60 years. I wonder if the old ancestor immortalized back then. The old Taoist saw the youth's expressionless face and felt a little bored talking to himself. He yawned and was about to fall asleep. His left leg was bent on the ground, and his right leg was placed on top of his left leg. He held his chin with one hand and fell asleep. There was no chair under the old Taoist's buttocks, but his body swayed back and forth without falling. The old Taoist of Mount Longhu's Hope generation held his chin with one hand, as if he was holding a sword while the fingers of his left hand were like hooks, forming the double yang meridian incantation. The old man's murmur could be heard, "Sleep in spring and autumn, sleep 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 in spring and autumn. The stone root lies high and forgets the year. Without a blanket, without a quilt, heaven and earth as a bed, draped with a bright moon. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and Mount Tai was destroyed. 10,000 feet of seawater fell from the sky. Black dragons screamed, and ghosts and gods were frightened. I was sleeping soundly. Outside the courtyard, there was a young Taoist dressed in a noble yellow Taoist robe. He stood still with his eyes closed and muttered, "Eyes to the nose to the door of life, the heart to the interior." His breathing was continuous as he silently held on. The void was extremely quiet. Within the true energy floating core pool, inside the divine water ring 5, call Jiating, summon the spirits of the 100. My God is out of the 9 palaces, roaming the green and jade. Looking at the sea in my dream, yin and yang are mentioned in the smoke. I don't know that 500 years have passed since the spring and autumn period. Su Longxiang saw that the old Taoist beside him was dozing off and refused to leave, so he got up and left the courtyard. The pleasure temple was not at the top of the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. It was indeed a world of difference from the Taoist master's residence. However, when he went out, he could see the green dragon stream that was wrapped around the mountain like a jade ribbon. Su Longxiang walked to the stream and stared blankly at the 2 bamboo rafts tied to the bank. The youth was afraid of water, so he naturally did not dare to board the rafts and follow the stream. The young man in the yellow Taoist robe stood proudly by the stream and sneered, "Idiot surnamed Su, to think that Taoist master she taught you how to sleep in the spring and autumn period. Do you understand? If you don't, then go back to Bailiang. Dragon Tiger Mountain is not a place for idiots like you to stay." Su Longxiang turned a deaf ear and stared blankly at the stream. Although the young Taoist with the strange face mocked, he kept a distance from Huang Manor. The last time he came to the pleasure temple to visit his ancestor, he accidentally stepped on a hawthorn and was almost chased from the foot of the mountain to the top by this idiot. He was in a very sorry state. Many Taoist sisters and aunts on the mountain laughed at him for a long time. It was a great humiliation. However, he could see that the idiot was afraid of water. Seeing that Su Longxiang had finally turned his head, the young Taoist floated to the bamboo raft. With a light tap of his foot, the raft slowly slid to the other side of the stream. It seemed that the young Taoist had played a trick. The bamboo raft stopped in the middle of the stream. On the bamboo raft stood 5 or 6 scholars who came to Dragon Tiger Mountain in search of immortality. When they saw this mysterious scene, they were in an uproar. The Taoist laughed and said, "Huang Manner, if you have the ability, then come. I heard that you have 2 sisters. One is dissolute, and the other is fishing for fame." Su Longxiang was indifferent. The Taoist continued to mock. "You have an older brother? I heard that the princess consort died because of this good-for-nothing His Royal Highness." Su Longxiang suddenly raised his head. The Taoist laughed and said, "Come, I'll wait for you." Su Longxiang, who was squatting, did not completely stand up. Like a leopard, he bent his waist and rushed forward. In an instant, he swept to the bank of the stream. However, he did not jump into the stream. Instead, he stepped on the front of the bamboo raft. Immediately, the broad and sturdy bamboo raft was pried out of the water and stood upright. One of his hands was like a knife, cutting the thick ropes that held the bamboo raft together. With a push of his hands, he tore the bamboo raft apart. Su Longxiang quickly picked up the remains of the bamboo raft and threw them out. Just the sound alone was ear-piercing. It was like a tiger's roar. From this, it could be seen how great the strength was. The rain of arrows fell. The yellow-clothed Taoist's face was flustered. No matter how he moved, he could not escape from the bamboo arrows. He used all his strength and only managed to deflect some of the bamboo arrows. These arrows exploded the moment they entered the stream. The stream around the Taoist splashed like a fountain. When the last bamboo arrow pierced his face, the young Taoist had already resigned himself to his fate. A middle-aged Taoist, who was also wearing a yellow Taoist robe, appeared out of thin air. He floated to the bamboo raft with his left hand behind his waist and his right hand stuck to the bamboo. On the surface, he looked calm, but the bamboo raft was rapidly moving backward. When it stopped moving, the middle-aged Taoist had already shot the bamboo back at Su Longxiang, who was the strongest in the world. Chapter 78. The first chapter. I stopped updating due to heat stroke because I couldn't update, not because I didn't want to. I thought my attitude was fine. So now that my soul has returned, I have to show my attitude. Let's see how many chapters one can update today, and see if I can make up for the missing chapters in the next 2 days. If Su Longxiang was honest and stupid, he was the kind of idiot who didn't hurt people or animals, who loved to do things like watching ants moving house. If he was in a good mood, even if the servants secretly called him an idiot, the second son of the king of Bailiang would always smile in response. However, if he was in a bad mood, he would be unapproachable. Seeing the bamboo shoot back, the ferocious-looking Su Longxiang didn't dodge. He just stretched out his claw and tried to crush the bamboo. Probably because he underestimated the speed of the bamboo arrow, Su Longxiang wasn't able to hold it. The bamboo pierced through the gap between his 5 fingers and went straight to his face. Su Longxiang wasn't shocked or scared, and he still let the bamboo hit his forehead like a sharp sword. On the contrary, the middle-aged Taoist in the yellow robe was shocked. He originally thought that this fool with the strength of dragon and elephant would dodge. Originally, the fight between children was just a quarrel. Regardless of his status or cultivation, he wouldn't interfere. However, the bamboo arrow shot by the second son of the Pillar of Bailiang was really ruthless. If he didn't make a move, he would end up paralyzed for life. Therefore, after landing on the bamboo raft, he couldn't help but increase the strength of his counterattack. It was inappropriate to fight with Su Longxiang. If he hurt this child, it would be even more troublesome. Not to mention that behind Su Longxiang was the king of Bailiang, who almost wanted to press down the head of the dragon and tiger without permission. Even Grandpa Shituan in the Xiaoya Taoist temple, who didn't make a move, was not someone he could disobey. So what if he wore the yellow robe of the Taoist master residence? His father, Zhao Danxia, was already a Taoist minister and the leader of the world's orthodoxy. Didn't he still have to call Grandpa Shituan uncle? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged Taoist realized that he had worried too much. When the powder scattered, Su Longxiang's eyes were scarlet red, and the 2 strands of yellow hair at his temples which were longer than normal people's, floated up. From the first day he came to Mount Longhu, he had been wearing his hair down, and now it was even more fluttering. His clothes were round and shriveled in an instant. When he inhaled, they swelled, and when he exhaled, they shrank. The stream near him coincided with Su Longxiang's qi, faintly forming an absurd scene of rising and falling tides. His breathing technique was originally the most basic breathing technique of Mount Longhu. Who would have thought that this Huang manner would take half a year to master it? But once he had mastered it, it would be so frightening. Father, this idiot's appearance is too horrifying. Could it be that he is the legendary demon Venerable? The young Taoist had regained most of his courage now that he had a backer. But when he saw the extraordinary phenomenon on Su Longxiang's body and suffered twice in a row, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Before Grandpa, Shi Tuan went down the mountain, he said that this second son of the Great Pillar State who didn't open his acupoints was the reincarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor. He wasn't Hong Shixiang, who was born with one more acupoint than ordinary people. Between the two of them, who is the immortal and who is the devil, the fate of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong for the next 500 years is probably a gamble. The middle-aged Taoist carefully stared at Su Longxiang, who was bursting with murderous intent. He was just a little curious, but not shocked. As the first Huangzi, nobleman of the Taoist master's residence, Zhao Jingchen had seen too many things that ordinary people couldn't appreciate. As for the words of Grandpa Shi Tuan, he actually didn't take it seriously. It was acceptable to tie the fate of a family to one person, but it was too childish to bet the fate of a country and a mountain on one person. As for his son Zhao Ningyun, who was naughty by nature but had great spiritual qi, Zhao Jingchen, who was nominally the first person of the Jing generation, was 80 to 90% satisfied with him. Therefore, he was willing to share some secrets. 500 years of fortune and misfortune is too big to be taken seriously. It's already good to have 50 years. Moreover, is it true that Hong Shixiang of Mount Wudong and Su Longxiang in front of us is the demon-rinsing primogenitor? According to the ancient records and calculations, Xuanwu Great Emperor hasn't been born in the world for 1,600 years. How could he coincidentally appear when Mount Longhu is suppressing Mount Wudong? Zhao Ningyun, who gradually came to his senses, chuckled and said, "If it's true, Father, then we're doomed." Zhao Jingchen laughed softly and said, "Doomed? My Taoist master mansion of Mount Longhu has produced 64 immortals in more than 1,000 years. Can't we defeat Xuanwu Great Emperor?" At the mention of this, even the frivolous Zhao Ningyun felt a sense of pride. These 64 immortals were not the strange legends recorded in the countryside. When the great Taoist master ascended to immortality, the Taoist master mansion would record every detail in detail, including the mysteries of heaven, the geography, the relationships between people, whether they were riding on dragons, phoenixes, or rainbows. Everything would be recorded in order to ensure that not a single word was missing. There was no room for falsehood. If one were to talk about how illustrious a family was, even the emperors of the mortal world couldn't compare to the Zhao family of Mount Longhu. Zhao Jingchen didn't seem to make any movements, but the bamboo raft flowed downstream, as if she didn't intend to continue her confrontation with Su Longxiang. She saw the yellow-haired child on the shore running wildly with the bamboo raft, kicking up pebbles with the tip of his feet, kicking them towards the bamboo raft. Zhao Jingchen stretched out a hand, sparkling and translucent like white jade, and gently pressed down, causing the pebbles to fall into the stream. Chapter 79. It was the same for more than 30 stones. However, as time passed, Zhao Jingchen began to feel the strain. Not only did the stones speed up, they also became heavier and heavier. There was no way in the world to only exhale and not absorb qi. However, Su Longxiang did not give him the chance to absorb qi. The stones continued to rain down on Zhao Jingchen and Zhao Ningyun from the Taoist master's residence. Why would Su Longxiang care if you were a noble? Moreover, his elder brother, Su Fengnian, His Royal Highness, was different from Wudong Mountain. He knew that Princess Suizhu was a Princess Suizhu, yet he still pulled out his sword. Not to mention that he had a madman and an idiot as a father, Su Xiao. During the martial arts catastrophe, Mount Longhu was the #1 sect in the imperial court. Zhao Danxia was the grand preceptor. One of the Taoist masters said something unpleasant that was overheard by the Great Pillar State. Not only did the original vanguard of Mount Song divert their horses to Mount Longhu, but he also urgently transferred more than 4,000 Bailiang soldiers from 9 battalions and stationed them at the foot of Mount Longhu. This was not enough. Some of the Jianghu people who were recruited into the Bailiang military system under the Great Pillar State's policy of Jianghu dogs biting each other were all eager to fight Su Xiao. A Taoist master's head is equivalent to a tiger-shaped tally for a 4th-rank general, and a life from the Taoist master's residence can be spared from a capital crime in the future. Su Xiao sat on his horse and sternly said to a purple-clothed Taoist priest from the Taoist master's residence who came to show weakness, "Mount Longhu? I don't believe that I can't suppress your Mount Longhu." No one doubted that Su Xiao was putting on an act. If the imperial edict that caused the death of a few post horses had not arrived in time, the Bailiang cavalry would have killed their way to Mount Longhu. No matter how good Zhao Jingxun's qi cultivation was, he couldn't withstand Su Longxiang's endless onslaught of stones, especially his indecent bearing. Although the residents of the Taoist master had never had a tradition of the eldest son or grandson becoming the head of the sect, the disciples of the heavens residents who held this position all possessed a kind of restrained arrogance. Zhao Jingxun was even more so. His Taoist techniques, sword techniques, and inner strength were all outstanding, and he didn't disgrace the yellow Taoist robe he wore. Unfortunately, in his generation, there were 2 more outstanding Taoist priests. One was the world-famous Taoist priest White Lotus Baiyu. He was the one who shocked the world during the Buddhist and Taoist debate on the Lotus Peak. This Taoist priest didn't learn the martial arts of Mount Longhu, but instead buried himself in ancient scriptures and classics. His knowledge was comparable to that of the 4 Taoist masters. 2 years ago, he entered the palace and had an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. He spoke in a rebellious manner, saying that the emperor shouldn't look down on the art of longevity. This actually made the emperor very happy, and he was given an extremely honorable purple Taoist robe. He was even bestowed with the title Master White Lotus by the emperor. If there was only one Master White Lotus who wasn't in the residence of the Taoist master, Zhao Jingxun wouldn't be worried. Unfortunately, there was a little Taoist master in the residence of the Taoist master. If his father and the other 2 heavenly masters were to hear that he was so calculative with Su Longxiang, what would happen to him? Zhao Jingxun smiled bitterly. Forget it. He reached out and lifted his son, Zhao Ningyun's sleeve. He tried his best to knock down 6 or 7 stones, and the 2 of them floated to the shore. They were about to go up the mountain to the residence of the Taoist master. No matter how difficult Su Longxiang was to deal with, he wouldn't dare to go to the residence of the Taoist master. No matter how good Grandpa Shituan's patience was, he wouldn't be able to sit still. When Su Longxiang saw that the 2 Taoist priests in yellow were about to run away, he roared and took a dozen steps back. Then, he took a few big steps forward. Dust flew, and several new pits appeared on the ground. When Su Longxiang left the shore, he used the force to soar into the air and rushed toward the father and son in yellow. After all, Zhao Jingxun was not a clay bodhisattva without anger. Seeing that this fool didn't know what was good for him and wanted to pester him, he snorted angrily and waved his sleeve. First, he slowly pushed Zhao Ningyun a few feet away. Then, he turned back to the shore. He sprinted in the same way as Su Longxiang, but only the dust on the ground was slightly floating. He didn't have the momentum of Huangman Er's footsteps. Zhao Jingxun didn't collide with Su Longxiang in the air. He tiptoed in the air and rolled up his sleeves. His body went up a level and appeared right on top of Su Longxiang's head. The #1 person of the Jing generation in Longhu Mountain suddenly used the 1,000-caddy fall. He stepped on Su Longxiang's shoulders and shouted, "Bold idiot, get down." Su Longxiang had nowhere to use his brute force and could only fall into the stream. "You're the idiot." Zhao Jingchen had just floated back to the shore when he vaguely heard a sigh. A sleeping old Taoist rose from the ground of the free and unfettered temple and swept into the sky like a hawk. He dived into the stream and splashed up endless water. The water flow stagnated as if the old Taoist had cut off the green dragon stream. The old Taoist picked up Su Longxiang and flew back to the free and unfettered temple. He said in a deep voice, "Quickly return to the top of the mountain." The old Taoist didn't seem to dare to carry Su Longxiang for a moment longer. He threw the disheveled-haired youth away and said sadly, "Alas, the 1,800 years of the free and unfettered temple can't be preserved." It was the first time Zhao Jingchen saw Grandpa Shituan so anxious and lost. He didn't dare to stay. He took Zhao Ningyun and rushed up the mountain. He heard a soul-shaking howl coming from a free and unfettered temple. It was very similar to the 6 demons barking on the devil-slaying platform at the top of the lotus flower. The hustle and bustle around the free and unfettered temple lasted from noon to dusk. In the twilight, the old Taoist robe was tattered and his hair was messy. He sighed. The free and unfettered temple was mostly ruined. He sat on the broken walls. The yellow-haired youth who had finally calmed down was lying on the edge of an ancient well in the backyard. An old turtle with 2 or 3 little turtles appeared and climbed up the edge of the well. They seemed to have a good relationship with the youth. The old Taoist sighed. This ancient well was called Tongyu. It was obvious that it was very deep. The older generation of the free and unfettered temple once jokingly said that it was as deep as the 9 springs. Moreover, this well was connected to Wudong. It was a twin well with the Tongxian on Wudong's little lotus peak. The old Taoist certainly didn't believe this saying. However, after learning from the letter that His Royal Highness was practicing on Wudong Mountain, he was happy to tell his disciple Su Longxiang that this well was connected to Wudong. Therefore, the yellow-haired Su Longxiang didn't pick hawthorns. If he was in a good mood, he would learn a bit of the Dragon and Tiger Taoist school's breathing exercises. If he was in a bad mood, he would lie by the ancient well and stare blankly. Su Longxiang grabbed a handful of hawthorns and carefully threw them into the well water. He said naively, "Brother, eat hawthorns." The old Taoist heaved a heavy sigh. "How am I supposed to tell His Highness the Crown Prince about this? Should I tell him or not?" The old Taoist, who claimed to be second in the Longhu Temple in judging people's physiognomy, hesitated for a moment. Thinking of the evil spirit behind Su Fengyan's smiling face, he said bitterly, "Just tell the truth. Take it as a reminder to the Taoist Master Mansion." Chapter 80. Second update. If Mount Longhu was the capital of immortals, then Shangyin Academy was the city of saints. With the end of the Spring and Autumn War of the 9 Nations, the scene of hundreds of schools contending no longer existed in the academy. However, the spirit of equal academic attainment was still passed down. Generally speaking, in the magnificent Shangyin Academy, except for the forest of merits that only the chancellor could enter, one could go anywhere and read all kinds of books. However, some unwritten rules have been deeply rooted for thousands of years. These rules were not established by generations of chancellors. Most of them were due to the great reputation of a certain grand scholar in the academy. The younger generation followed the rules out of respect. For example, Shangyin Academy had a great lake that planted countless green lotuses. The lake was not deep, only 2 people deep. One could see the bottom clearly. The branches and roots of the green lotuses could be seen clearly. Sailing on the lake was like a floating boat in the sky, like a fairyland. Ordinary scholars of the academy did not dare to come to Great Lake to admire the green lotuses. Firstly, it was the place where Huang Longshi became famous. Secondly, a lady lived in a loft by the lake. For the past 5 to 6 years, the limelight of Shangyin Academy had been stolen by her alone. When she first stepped into the academy to study, she showed the advantage of her family background. She was directly apprenticed to Chancellor Wang and a military leader. Both of them taught her everything they knew. Some people were not convinced and came to Great Lake to provoke her. This lady who brought a sword into the academy did not argue with them. She directly pulled out her sword and cut off the hair of the leading scholar. The second time, the battle formation was even greater. She pulled out her sword and killed one on the spot without saying anything. Although she was grounded by the academy, no one dared to provoke her. This lady, who was not very good-looking, was capable of killing people. Later on, she founded the Zongjing 19 Paths, and it was widely spread. Later on, she commented on the achievements of the world scholars. Compared to people who played the 10 divisions on Great Lake, there were half praise and half criticism. In recent years, many scholars from various countries who came to study in Shangyin came for her. Regardless of how much criticism she attracted, the biggest fact was that how many people in the world could be criticized by her? There were only a handful. Don't be fooled by the scholars and poets outside the palace who scolded the most fiercely. The young men who had played the 10 bureaus with her had already seen through her. Those who scolded the most fervently would definitely turn the fastest when facing her. Their character was like wild grass, bending over and over again. The loft by Great Lake did not show the style of a noble family. It was made by the Academy's craftsmen with mechanisms and spiritual qi. Outside the building were some chickens and ducks, separated by a few vegetable gardens, all of which were used to fill the stomach. There was not the slightest bit of elegance of the old students raising geese, cranes, chrysanthemums, and plum flowers. This was Su Weisheng. Today, Su Weisheng had finished listening to the lecture and returned to the building to have a self-sufficient lunch. Then, he began to write the 1,000-character classic of warning. He first wrote it in Bailiang Palace. At first, he had nothing to do. Since he had a brother who was always idling around, he wanted to write a piece to admonish him. Later, he saw that it had no effect at all, so he put it aside. Later on, when he went to Shangyin Academy, he picked up the brush again and wrote a few sentences about his comprehension of the 1,000-character classic every now and then. There were already more than 600 words in the 1,000-character classic. When the first 70 or 80 words were read, it was very enlightening. The family had been prosperous for generations. A clan accumulates merit and benevolence, repaying it back in 100 years. A country values its people more than its monarch, never declining for 1,000 years. How to die prematurely, how to speak unkind words, how to do unkind deeds, how to be unkind, how to be unkind, how to be unkind. How sinister, 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 how sinister. Today I wrote, how to be armed with a sword. A gentleman is firm and unyielding, while a villain takes risks. How to drown oneself in a river. Men are short-sighted, while women are arrogant. When he wrote this, Su Weisheng was stunned for a moment. He smiled slightly, and his thoughts surged, but his brush did not stop. How to die of sudden speed, how to be hollowed out by lust, how to die of poisonous sores, how to be greasy. On the contrary, Su Weisheng snorted coldly, and the tip of the brush paused. Therefore, the last hook of the word greasy was particularly dense and dignified, full of sharpness. It seemed that he was thinking of his annoying brother. Su Weisheng was in a bad mood. He put down the brush and walked out of the attic. He untied the rope of the lonely boat and sailed on the lake alone. The lake rippled. There was only one person and one boat on such a big lake. If it were not for the thousands of green lotuses, it would indeed be a bit lonely. She lay in the boat and raised her wrist. There was a piece of ink that was drilled through with a string. This piece was just an ordinary cobblestone, which suited Su Weisheng's hobby. Other than the ancient sword that could cut iron like mud, she did not have any other precious items. Her brush and ink were the same as the scholars of the palace. The only difference was that her diet was not good. If she did not rely on her own talent and domineering aura to monopolize this lake, one would not be able to tell that Su Weisheng was a princess. Moreover, how could a princess be compared to a princess? Even the daughter of assassin Yin could compete with her. She was not even fit to carry her shoes. Su Weisheng used the sunlight to look at the rings of light emitted by the chess piece. He was dazzled. Far away by the lakeside, two people were sneakily squatting behind the green lotuses and whispering to each other. One of them had a boneless head, a sunken nose, and exposed teeth. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a short-lived person who had died early and reincarnated. He said with a troubled expression, "Junior brother, are you really going to senior sister Sue? She is someone who can kill." The other person was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. When he smiled, he was especially handsome and flirtatious. He said indifferently, "Senior brother Liu, look carefully. Senior sister did not bring her sword today." Chapter 81. The man who looked like he was destined to have a rough life became even more miserable. He advised in a trembling voice, "Little junior brother, you haven't been in the academy for long. You can't make senior sister Sue unhappy. The first day I entered the academy, I saw with my own eyes how senior sister Sue killed people with her sword. So when I met the teacher and the other senior brothers and sisters, my legs went soft." The handsome man who had just studied with the same teacher as this timid senior brother joked, "Senior brother Liu, do you have 2 legs or 3 legs?" Senior brother Liu's face was full of righteousness. He thought carefully and then answered in a deep voice, "3 legs." The little junior brother, whose appearance was hundreds of times better than his senior brother, laughed and said, "Senior brother, if I can board senior sister Sue's boat, you can call me senior brother in the future. How about that?" Senior brother Liu nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem." The junior brother was the talented youth who had played 10 games with Su Weisheng. Even if the chessboard did not have 19 pieces, he was not unhappy at all. He had thought that he had an 80% chance of winning on 19 pieces, but when Su Weisheng brought out 15 pieces, he was only pleasantly surprised. This was his eccentric nature. Face and whatnot could not be sold for a few taels of silver. As long as he won the 10 games, he would not touch 19 pieces even if he was beaten to death. He would not even touch a chess piece for the rest of his life. No matter how invincible Su Weisheng's chess skills were in the future, what could he do? Wouldn't it only make him more invincible? Unfortunately, he could not even beat Su Weisheng with 15 chess pieces. But he was still very happy. It was good that he did not lose or win. He had a reason to stay in the academy. Based on his style, it seemed that there was nothing in the world that was not worth being happy about. He dove into the lake like a fish and approached the small boat. Senior brother Liu was dumbfounded. He did not care about the bet. He only said what would happen if the little junior brother won, but did not mention what would happen if he lost. Little junior brother is really bold. None of the senior brothers in the academy dared to pester senior sister Sue. Senior brother Liu stared at him intently, ready to save him at any time. At the center of the lake, Su Weisheng frowned and pulled back his wrist. He subconsciously wanted to press down on Hong Yi, but when he discovered that he did not have a sword with him, he stood up and uprooted a green lotus. With lightning speed, he stabbed a fish that was a little too large to the bottom of the lake. When Su Weisheng saw that there was no movement, he said calmly, "Don't do it again." Senior brother Liu, who was peeking out from behind a pile of lotus leaves, was even more nervous than the two in the game. He was afraid that senior sister and junior brother would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. This Great Mine Lake was a rare, quiet place in the academy. Everywhere else, there were many students of Jixia Academy who were talking loudly. There were also lunatics who jumped off buildings, jumped into the water, and even ran around naked. To senior brother Liu, who used a normal heart to do normal things and write normal articles, this was really unacceptable. So when he occasionally heard that senior sister Sue had defeated those lunatics, blind and deaf, who were unwilling to cultivate diligently, he secretly felt quite satisfied. As for the mysterious junior brother, he did not have many interactions with him, but they were not shallow. Senior brother Liu quite liked this outstanding talent, who spoke and acted without restraint. Senior brother Liu stared with his eyes wide open as he saw junior brother swimming away. At this moment, his stomach was facing up as he leisurely swam back, looking like he was still glorious even though he had lost. Climbing ashore, junior brother, who had a bump on his head, chuckled, Grand Chancellor nagged me last time about only allowing dogs in the water and not being able to look at free and unfettered people. I think that's bullshit, Senior Brother Lou said in a panic. Junior Brother, be careful, be careful. Junior Brother did not mind. After standing up straight, he shook lightly to shake off more than half of the lake water on his body. He turned his head to look at the woman who had left the boat and come ashore. His eyes were filled with undisguised adoration, but there was no fear or worship in the eyes of ordinary scholars. Senior Brother Lou said worriedly, Junior Brother, be careful not to catch a cold. Junior Brother put his arm around the shoulder of his most compatible senior brother from the same sect and smiled. Senior Brother Lou, when are you going to the capital? Let's go to the highest hall of martial heroes in the imperial city to admire the moon. Senior Brother Lou smiled. How can I? But he didn't dare to. Junior Brother said shamelessly, there are many connections in the capital. With Senior Brother Lou's looks, it wouldn't be hard for you to casually marry a princess or princess. I'll be the matchmaker for you. When the time comes, you'll climb up Hall of Martial Heroes, then Hall of Literary Splendor, and Hall of Preserving Harmony. Senior Brother Lou touched his face and nodded. It's indeed a way. Su Weisheng entered the building alone. She did not have any thoughts about what had happened in the lake. That young man's background was treacherous. She had 15 paths as a lake and 10 rounds with him. That was because of her arrogance, but did not mean that Su Weisheng really liked her. When he had broken the rules and passed the examinations of several teachers to enter the academy, he had also entered her unhindered arcane gate. Su Weisheng had increased her vigilance a bit. Su Weisheng could be unbridled in Jiangnan province, using his father's tiger skin as a banner to abuse his power. His actions were dissolute and disregarded the consequences. Su Weisheng was not that useless flower vase. Every step she took, she had to consider the Su family. She could not make a single mistake. She was also not that silly little brother Su Longxiang, who could not think too much about anything. She had originally thought that a certain guy could be a bit more promising. Who would have thought that it would be fine if he did not learn the way of the king? But he also did not learn the way of the tyrant. He did not even touch the art of war. He also lacked interest in the art of court maneuvering. He actually picked up a saber to learn martial arts. Bailiang had millions of households, 300,000 Bailiang cavalry. Such a large and glorious family business, second only to the emperor, could be supported by a saber? Su Weisheng stared at the chess piece on her wrist and scolded in a low voice, "You idiot!" After Su Weisheng scolded her, her mood relaxed a bit. However, she quickly became serious again. 2 fingers stroked the chess piece. She sneered and said, "You're even more arrogant than a prince." This was because she remembered what her father had said in the secret letter after investigating that little brother. This child's background was hidden and could not be investigated. He only knew that the head of the inner palace's 30,000 eunuchs, Han Diaosi, had to bow when seeing him. Chapter 82. Blind Old Su was an old soldier of northern Liang. He was originally a crossbowman, but after being shot in the eye by a stray arrow, he became a cavalryman. His battle record was mediocre, so he really couldn't show off his head in the northern Liang army, where he exchanged his head for meritorious service. Before he retired, he didn't have much money left. Old Su was a native of Jinzhou, Liaodong. He had been alone since he was young. He followed Su Xiao of the Pillar State from Jinzhou to Liaoxi, and then from Liaoxi to Xiongqian Pass, and then to the Central Plains. During the Spring and Autumn War, many old soldiers who joined the army at the same time as Old Su, as long as they didn't die, they all became officers or captains. Before they retired, they could even receive the title of Deputy Commandant of Zhaowu. Therefore, although Old Su was an old soldier, he wasn't a fierce soldier. Those who didn't dare to tie their heads to their waistbands to fight for scholarly honor and could still earn official positions were only the children of wealthy families. Old Su was a veteran who couldn't be said to be greedy for life, but was absolutely afraid of death. It was already considered very lucky that he didn't have his head chopped off by the Inspector General. Later on, Old Su's remaining eye was also blind. He was careless when he went up the mountain to burn charcoal, so he became the blind Old Su that people in and out of the alleys talked about. The most unlucky one was that after old Sue became blind, when it rains, it pours. He was careless and didn't manage to avoid the hooves of a fine horse in the downtown area, so he was trampled into a cripple. When a group of fine young men saw the old man rolling on the ground, they just laughed loudly. Blind old Sue originally wanted to clench his teeth and fight, but when he touched the carrying pole on the ground, he heard voices saying that those young masters were the sons of some military commandant, the grandsons of some literary scholar in the capital, and the grandsons of the crown prince's horse washer. Old Sue threw away the carrying pole and cried like a child, howling over and over again that he should have died long ago. It made people's scalps go numb, and even some of the pitiful onlookers were scared away. One dandy disliked old Sue's chatter and pulled out his sword to chop him down. Bailiang people had always been valiant. Even those dandy might only have enough strength to untie the belt of a courtesan, but as long as they could pull out a sword, they could definitely chop him down. This made many dandy who had just entered Bailiang feel very uncomfortable. If that sword had chopped down on old Sue's head at that time, His Royal Highness wouldn't be carrying the green ant wine today. At that time, Su Finian happened to be passing by. His horse was far more robust than that group of third-rate dandies, so his arrogance was 100 times more unbridled. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he was hooked by old Sue's heart-wrenching words. My legs weren't broken by those bastards from West Chu, but they were crippled by my own people. God, your mother is as blind as I am. Su Finian didn't say anything and just let the evil slaves disperse that group of bastards. As for the broken arms and legs of those pampered young masters, how could His Royal Highness care? If they had the ability, they should just drag their families to the prince's mansion and ask Su Shao for compensation. It would be best if they went with an imperial edict. Later on, old Su didn't die. For some reason, he was taken to get his legs treated. However, how could an old man's legs withstand the force of the horse's hooves? They were completely broken. Just as the blind old Su was about to sit in a small thatched hut by the riverside and wait for death, someone suddenly came from a yamen and said that he would be given a tael of silver every month. Old Su trembled in fear. After receiving the money for half a year, he finally mustered up the courage to ask that official. The official said that this was a new rule in Bailiang's army to treat the old soldiers well. Later on, old Su asked an old fellow who was also half dead and learned that this was true. However, they all needed to go to the yamen to receive the money. Old Su was puzzled. Good people get good karma? But no matter how you look at it, I don't think I'm a good person. When I was young, I burned, killed, and looted a lot with the Pillar State. Old Su's legs were broken, but he could still barely walk with the help of his self-made crutches. The thatched hut had been repaired by the yamen's high-ranking official. Every year, before winter, a thick quilt would be sent over. Old Su managed the vegetable garden quite well, and a tael of silver would be worth 1,000 copper coins. Old Su wasn't picky with his food, so he could still buy some meat wine with the spare money at the end of the month. He was living a good life. Today, old Su was sitting on a wooden stool outside the hut and dozing off when he heard a loud voice shout, Old Su, let's drink. I caught a duck for you in the river on the way. It's really fat." Chapter 83. Old Su's spirit was lifted. That Su kid was here. He had met this kid 4 or 5 years ago. It was said that he was caught climbing the wall to watch a girl bathe and was chased to the riverside. He then borrowed old Su's thatched cottage to hide. It could be said that they had formed a decent relationship. Old Su knew that the pretty daughter of a humble family in Lanting Tavern was a pretty girl from a humble family. Although he couldn't see, old Su's ears were good. He could always hear some wild men gathering together and drooling over her when they had nothing to do. They were all saying that the little girl's chest had become heavier over the years. Her little round face had become sharper, and she was becoming more and more beautiful. Old Su had gone to the tavern to buy distiller's grains and smelled the fragrance on the girl's body. TSK, it smelled really good. It was comparable to Lanting Tavern's signature green plum wine. Back then, Su Kid was chased and beaten for her. He wasn't wronged. If old Su was a few decades younger, would Su Kid even have a chance to climb the wall? He would be more like a lookout for him. The pot is in the same place in the house. Remember not to throw the duck into the river when you pluck its feathers. Be careful that the moment you leave, my thatched cottage will be torn down. Old Sue took the wine pot and sniffed it. He smiled contentedly and said, "This green ant can't compare to the green plum from Lanting Tavern, but it's still much better than distiller's grains." The customer stuffed the broken duck into Old Sue's arms and said angrily, "Do I have to pluck its feathers? I'll go boil some water." Now that Old Sue had wine in his hand, he was easy to talk to. He leaned on his walking stick and went to pluck the duck's feathers. Not long after, the thatched cottage was filled with a fragrance. Old Sue chewed on a greasy duck leg and asked with a smile, "Sue kid, I haven't seen you for more than a year. You've either been missing for 3 years or haven't been heard from for an entire year. What do you do for a living?" Listen to Old Sue's advice. Don't do anything outrageous. It's fine if you peek at a girl bathing, since you won't lose anything. But if you play with knives and guns, it's hard to say. Let's not talk about this. Even if I did, you probably wouldn't listen to my advice. I know I can't drink your wine for free. Tell me, what do you want to hear this time? At my age, Old Sue can't speak more than a few times, so I'll tell you as much as I can. The man chewed on the duck meat and said with a smile, "Let's talk about Liaodong. My ancestors lived there in Jianzhou. The only one who could stroll around so idly was naturally His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian." Old Sue laughed and said, "How can I not be familiar with Jianzhou? The whole of Liaodong is the same. Although 9 out of 10 military governors claim to be poor in front of the imperial court, they are not poor at all. The only poor ones are people like us who don't have land. We are just short of rebelling." Su Fengnian frowned and asked, "According to the law, isn't every soldier given 40 mu of farmland? Liaodong is worthy of being called a dangerous place in our dynasty. The plain and the wilderness stretches as far as the eye can see for 1,000 li. It is difficult to defend. If we abandon it, Beimeng will drive straight in, and the northern part of the country will not be restricted by any gate or court. Therefore, if Liaodong is safe, the central plains will not be disturbed. If Liaodong is disturbed, the golden drums of the world will resound together." Revolt? I haven't heard of any disturbances in Liaodong these years. Old Sue sneered and said, "Sue kid, you know fart." Old Sue, don't understand your literary words. Which scholar did you hear it from? I only know that when I left Liaodong, Liaodong had 21 guards, while Liaoshi only had 6 guards. Not to mention Liaoshi, the 21 guards of Liaodong stored 1,000,000 sure of grain a year. How many sure of grain fell into our pockets? Sue kid, think about it. Not to mention the viceroy of Liaodong, the military governor 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 of Liaodong. These big shots, even some 7th rank, 8th rank officials have to do some shady business, such as relocating the army and changing the channels. If they did not specialize in water conservancy and occupy the fertile land, where would they get the money to show filial piety to the higher-ups? In those days, the Great Pillar State was in charge of the whole of Liaodong, which was a rare blessing for the Tu Yao people. As soon as the Great Pillar State left, who cared about the life and death of the soldiers? A lot of border troops were sent to Liaodong because of their crimes. Otherwise, who would be willing to go to Liaodong, this bitter and cold place to live? Once they went there, who would really think that there would be fields and grain? I, a Jianzhou native, don't even have half a piece of land, let alone these outsiders. Su Fengnian chuckled and said, "That won't cause any rebellion. Liaodong is poor, they're used to suffering. As long as there's even half a mouthful of rice to eat, nobody would be willing to start an uprising." Old Su sighed. "If we don't really want to starve to death, who would be willing to go against life? But if this goes on, it's really hard to say what will happen in Liaodong. I've left Jianzhou for nearly 30 years. I've endured for 30 years. Since ancient times, Liaodong had been the land of 100 battles. As the saying goes, the tiger steps like a dragon. The superior is in the heart. The safety of the world was always related to the Tu Liao. Su Shao advised that they would not hesitate to use all the strength of the world to protect it, but from top to bottom, very few people were willing to take it seriously. This was not to say that nobody could see the stakes. It was just that the world situation was temporarily settled. What would happen 50 or 100 years later? What benefit would it bring to the current official position? Su Fengyin said softly, Old Su, tell me more about the local customs and customs of Liaodong. Old Su spilled beans from a bamboo tube. By the time the pot of stewed duck was finished, Old Su was also very tired, but most of his energy was used to deal with the duck meat. In the end, Old Su wiped his mouth and said, when the great pillar state entered Baoyang, it was really awe-inspiring. What does the princess consort's poem say? Su Fengyin smiled and said, the green ox road is on 1,000 mounts. The children under its banner hold mulberries. Old Su leaned on his walking stick with a fascinated expression. Su Fengyin left the wine pot and quietly walked out of the thatched hut. Bluebird stood in the distance, watching His Royal Highness slowly walk over. Every time he came to the thatched hut by the river, she accompanied him, and she never asked why His Highness was dealing with a blind old soldier. When Su Fengyin saw Bluebird's cold face, his eyes were a little absent-minded. Back then, when the blind old Su was in the 1,000 mounts, his legs had not been broken. That child still held the mulberries and raised his head to ask his mother if they tasted good. Bluebird was a little confused by his gaze. Su Fengyin suddenly bit her cheek and said with a smile, delicious. It tastes like mulberries. Chapter 84. While walking through the fields and crisscrossing paths, Su Fengyin casually asked, why doesn't Sweet Potato like to leave the prince's mansion? Why do you like to run out every 2 to 3 days? Bluebird replied in a methodical manner, she's a bit lazy. Su Fengyin jumped up and asked, Su Xiao clearly knows that this time, Zhang Jiulu is in power, reorganizing the imperial court and adjusting the border army. Since the beginning of last year, he has been clearing up Liaodong's land. The path has been bumpy. No less than 10 geography department officials have died from assassinations. The number of people who asked for leave even more so reaching 30. However, Zhang Jiulu still found out that Liaodong's governor Bai Huai, guardian eunuch Liu Taiping, UG General Fu Han, chief commander, and more than 10 others forcefully seized the land, at most 600 hectares, at least several dozen hectares. Even though quite a few of these people came from Baoyang's old military departments, 20 years have already passed. Why is Su Xiao still joining in the fun, insisting on challenging Grand Secretary Zhang? Isn't this going against the general trend? Moreover, even though Su Xiao says that he wants the imperial court to build the Tu Liao into a boulder, those fattest vermin, half of them are related to him. No one would believe these words. Tell me, what exactly do you think Su Xiao is thinking? How could Bluebird dare to answer this type of question? Su Fengyin didn't expect to get an answer either. Only asking would make his heart feel a bit more comfortable. The two Liao soldiers grumbling about the lax civil administration and other things, these weren't things that His Royal Highness was interested in. For example, on Baoyang's side, their military equipment was the most majestic under the heavens. There wasn't any exaggeration, but if one were to talk about Baoyang's peaceful ways, perhaps even Su Xiao himself would blush. If de Zhuguo was a moral saint, then the Lingzhou prefecture magistrate would not need to go to the capital and implicate the daughter of Baoyang's grand scholar to become a canary with an uncertain future. Su Fengyin felt a burst of anger when he thought of this, and how the four evils of Baoyang had separated and severed their ties with each other. In the end, only the bastardly Hanlin remained in Baoyang. He sat down on the soil by the edge of the field and said in a muffled voice with a dark face, Bluebird, help me have some fun. Bluebird calmly said, spiced beef. Su Fengyin stood up and said with a smile, Bluebird still understands me. The two of them, who were master and servant, but did not act like master and servant, walked for a while before sitting in a grand and beautiful carriage. The decorations of the carriage were secondary. Most importantly, the two colorful horses themselves were worth thousands of taels of gold. In the dynasty, no matter which province it was, the most direct way was to see the wealth of a hedonistic son and the price of the horses. Of course, there were some idiots who would puff themselves up at their own cost. They would buy a pair of famous horses like the white cranes of the Chow family to keep up appearances. However, His Royal Highness's green elephants of Great Wan were priceless and had always been an A-grade tribute. Only Su Fingyin dared to ride them. If it were any other descendant of a vassal king, they would not dare to take them out to show off. Su Fingyin entered the spiced beef shop and saw a familiar scene that he had not seen for a long time. The shop owner, old merchant, was busy with his business while Miss Jia was sitting on the stairs in a daze. She was holding a green bamboo branch between her fingers and slowly twirling it. Old merchant loved his distant relative's daughter dearly. No matter how the shop was doing, he did not want her to help. It could be assumed that the childless old merchant treated her as his own daughter. After all parents had the same heart. The little girl's name was very interesting. Her surname was Jia, and her given name was Marrying Family. What was more interesting was the big cat that she led when she entered the city. It was a pity that it had not appeared in the past 2 years. It was unknown whether it was lost or dead. Bluebird went to get the beef from the shopkeeper. Naturally, she would take it. Did she need to buy it? In Bailiang, whatever His Royal Highness wanted, there was no such thing as buying, stealing, robbing, or borrowing. He would just take it. Su Fingyin walked to the stairs and asked with a smile, "Ha, miss, where's your big cat? Is it gone? Do you want me to give you one, and you can come with me to the prince's mansion to play?" The young girl, nicknamed Miss Haha by Su Fingyin, had always been ignorant of the ways of the world. In the past, she dared to stare at Li Hanlin, the big dandy, in the shop. She was also indifferent to His Royal Highness and did not have much fear of him. However, she seemed a little strange today. When she saw Su Fingyin, she subconsciously shifted her butt. It was probably because she saw His Royal Highness kill someone with a knife at the corner of the alley last time. She seemed a little absent-minded these days. With Su Fingyin's cautious personality, he had already ordered people to keep an eye on this place for some time. As for why Miss Jia was nicknamed Miss Haha, there was a story behind it. It was said that this girl did not like to laugh. At most, she would laugh a few times with an expressionless face. Once to express amusement, twice to express amusement. Ha ha. Until now, no one had heard of it. Su Fingyin saw that she did not move. A one-man show was always boring, so he awkwardly turned around to find a seat. The shop was empty in an instant. Old merchant's wrinkled old face squeezed out a smile as he stood beside the table in a flattering manner. In fact, there was nothing for him to do. Bluebird had already arranged everything. The bowls and chopsticks were brought down from the carriage. The ivory chopsticks, the jade porcelain bowl, and the marinated beef were all neatly cut with a small silver knife and piled neatly in the bowl. Su Fingyin did not use the chopsticks. He grabbed a few slices and stuffed them into his mouth. This was the taste he wanted. It was rich, but not greasy. The sauce was authentic, but it did not cover up the original taste of good beef. After Su Fingyin finished the beef, he leaned back on the chair as if he was about to fall asleep. He closed his eyes and lowered his eyelids. His tongue touched the roof of his mouth and his knees together. He gently knocked his teeth 36 times. His chi returned to his Xian acupoint, and his breathing was natural. The shop owner, old merchant, did not know what was going on. He only thought that His Royal Highness was a little tired and did not dare to flatter him blindly. He only hoped that he was not dissatisfied with today's beef. Su Fingyin's breathing was abnormally stable. Just like the so-called true essence of Buddhism was nothing more than eating, drinking, and defecating, the Heart Sutra of the Su Fingyin was ultimately an unremarkable skill of breathing. When Su Fingyin could listen to a person's heartbeat, he would be able to ascend to the second level of the 6 heavenly pavilions. Su Fingyin suddenly turned his head and looked towards the stairs. He only saw the young girl staring at the bamboo stick in her hand with a pair of lifeless eyes. Su Fingyin stood up and smiled. "Old merchant, give me 2 more portions." Old merchant's face was full of joy as he said, "All right, I'll go right away." Su Fingyin did not have to wait for long before Bluebird took the 2 portions of cooked beef. Returning to the carriage, Su Fingyin lifted the curtain and looked at old merchant who was still bowing at the entrance of the shop. He frowned and said, "There seems to be something wrong." Bluebird shook her head and said, "This person's background is clean. He's just an ordinary merchant." Su Fingyin dismissed it with a smile. Old merchant returned to the shop and wiped the sweat from his forehead. For a while, there would be no customers in the shop. He took the time to sit down and rest. He massaged his waist and sighed when he saw the young girl still sitting on the stairs. It was fine that this little girl was freeloading in the shop, but she did not even smile in front of His Royal Highness and the others. If she was his biological daughter, he would definitely scold and beat her. The young girl left the shop with the bamboo stick and went straight out of the city. She walked slowly. It was already dusk when she left the city. After walking for another 2 hours, she walked into the lush green Mount Biwung. It seemed that she did not intend to return to the city. Bailiang had always been under a strict curfew. She was not His Royal Highness and could enter and leave the city at night as she pleased. Was a girl going to spend the night in the mountains? Mount Biwung was full of wild beasts. The deeper they went, even hunters had to form groups before they dared to travel at night. After walking for an unknown period of time, the young girl still walked on the lonely mountain path with a straight face. The full moon was in the sky. There were no traces of the path under her feet, but she was still walking. She came to the edge of a pool and bent down to drink some water. She was only 30% full. A strange sound came from the dense forest behind her, startling a few jackdaws. The young girl stood up and looked at the dense forest. A black bear that was perhaps half as tall as her rushed out, stomping on the ground until it shook. It stopped in front of the young girl and let out a roar. Its fangs were exposed, and its mouth was full of filth as it sprayed the young girl's face. Her black hair was blown up by the wind. The young girl still had a straight face and was indifferent. The giant bear seemed to be annoyed by this young prey and opened its mouth to bite her. Boom! An even more powerful earthquake came from the dense forest. When the grizzly bear turned its head, it was its turn to be sprayed with saliva by a bloody mouth. The grizzly bear's fur stood on end, and it was so scared that it did not dare to move. In recent years, in Mount Biwung, hunters would be able to pick up the bones of some large beasts every once in a while, including tigers and bears. They really couldn't figure out what else could occupy the mountain like this. Mountain ghosts? Demons and monsters? The answer was here. A big cat that was even larger and more majestic than the grizzly bear lowered its head and roared at the little grizzly bear. The little girl finally spoke. Hee hee. Chapter 85. First update. Su Fingyin was in a good mood on the way back home. The 2 extra servings of marinated beef were for the maids in Wudong Garden. Unsurprisingly, Jiang and I was still waiting in the courtyard. This little money grubber, regardless of wind or rain, would read 100,000 words of secret manuals every day. She would not stop until she had earned 100 taels of silver. Every time she made a mistake, she would deduct 10 and read an extra cross on the 100,000 words. Today, Su Fingyin sneaked out to meet the blind old Su and left Jiang and I hanging in Wudong Garden. When they met later, she would roll her eyes. Su Fingyin entered the courtyard. Sweet Potato, who had been waiting for a long time, handed over a letter from Mount Longhu. It was written by the old Taoist Zhao Shituan. He had Blue Bird distribute the beef and walked into the study alone with the letter. Jiang and I crouched in a corner with a hibernating dragon fist manual and quietly read. Only when Su Fingyin sat down did she wake up. She quickly stood up with a face full of anger and resentment. Su Fingyin opened the letter and sat on a red sandalwood chair with auspicious clouds. He smiled and said, "Since you have waited for half a day, you can read it later. Let me finish reading this letter." Jiang and I did not have the awareness of being under someone else's roof and calmly said, "Today, 1 word is 2-1. Su Fingyin did not pay attention to her and only focused on reading the letter. Jiang and I watched as His Royal Highness's face changed from sunny to gloomy, then to stormy, and finally to dark clouds. For a moment, she forgot to repeat that 1 word was worth 2-1. Su Fingyin raised his hand and was about to slap the sandalwood handle. But as soon as he did, he pulled back 80 to 90% of his strength. He managed to pull back his hand in time and did not smash the chair. Even so, his face was still frighteningly gloomy. Su Fingyin stood up and walked to the window. After a few breaths, he turned around and looked at Jiang and I with a smile. "Come, you read while I listen." Jiang and I finished reading Hidden Dragon and then read more than half of a sword manual. Outside the window, it was already deep into the night. she discovered that Su Fingyin was unusually quiet today. Su Fingyin, who had been absent-mindedly listening to the sound of reading for 4 hours, smiled and said, "Now that you've saved a lot of money with me, why don't we make another deal? If you buy a secret manual for 1,000 coins, you could buy 10 books in a year. Even if you can't practice martial arts, you could just throw a few books to the people of Jianghu. Do you think they won't bite you like a mad dog? It's better than being rich, but having nowhere to spend it. What do you think of this business? Don't look so unwilling and incredulous. I'm just saying what's on your mind. With our relationship and friendship, there's no need to be pretentious. How about it? It's a deal. One secret manual costs 1,200 strings of coins. Jiang and I wanted nothing more than to use Hidden Dragon as a sword to stab this treacherous fellow to death." She smiled coldly and said, "Is it 1,000 strings of coins or 1,200 strings of coins?" Su Fingyin, whose little trick had been exposed, laughed and said, "Friendship price, 800 strings of coins for 1 book." Jiang and I agreed immediately. "Okay." Su Fingyin waved his hand and picked up the secret letter from Longhu Mountain again. He furrowed his brows and did not raise his head. He said to Jiang and I, who was putting the 2 secret manuals back on the bookshelf, "Do you want me to prepare a chaise lounge for you?" Jiang and I sneered and said disdainfully, "I still want to live." Su Fingyin did not comment on this statement. As soon as Jiang and I left, Sweet Potato carried a sparkling and translucent colored glass cup full of fruit into the room. Colored glass was a treasure that could only be encountered but not sought. Ordinary wealthy families could only have substandard colored glass medicine jade, which was the limit of their wealth. Here, however, it was only used as a small object to hold fruit. Only imperial officials of the 4th rank and above could wear small pieces of colored glass. Moreover, the color and luster were often not clear enough. His Royal Highness was truly wasting natural resources. Su Fingyin picked up a snow pear and took a bite. He said fiercely, "The bull rider just delivered a manuscript of the yin and yang kinship deed." Grandpa Wei, who was in the Tide Listening Pavilion, only took a few glances at it before he cried tears of joy. He said it was even more wonderful than the ancient I Ching and Yang kinship deed in the pavilion, which is known as the King of 10,000 Pills. "Look, the sect leader gave up the cultivation of the Great Yellow Court. I've already left the mountain, but Wudong is still willing to add flowers to brocade. Look at this Mount Longhu. It's only been a little more than a year, and there are already people from the Taoist Master's mansion bullying Huang Monair. This group of yellow-purple Taoist priests is really looking for trouble." Sweet Potato said softly, "Longhu Mountain has been powerful for 200 years, but Wudong Mountain has been declining for 300 years. Moreover, Wudong Mountain is in Bailiang, but Longhu Mountain is thousands of miles away. Naturally, their style is different." Su Fingyin said calmly, "I originally planned to go to Longhu Mountain, but now I want to go to the Taoist Master's residence to see the style of Yui Minister." Sweet Potato gently kneaded Su Fingyin's shoulders. After His Royal Highness started practicing the knife, his originally weak body became much stronger. His physique and spirit improved by leaps and bounds. If Sweet Potato's kneading skills were like embroidery in the past, now even Su Fingyin felt like scratching an itch if she did not beat a bell or beat a drum. Sweet Potato said softly, "Your Highness, do you really want to go to the cold ground again?" Su Fingyin nodded and said with a half-fake smile, "But this time I'm not going to be a stray dog. As His Royal Highness, I have to bring out all the pomp and circumstance. Longhu Mountain, Shangyin Academy, Xinyuan family's Dima Villa, Yuang Sword Pond, Luotian Garden by the Luoshui River. These are all places I didn't dare to go before. Sweet Potato, shall we go together?" Sweet Potato shook her head and said pitifully, "Can we not go, Your Highness?" Chapter 86. Su Fingyin dismissed it with a smile and asked Sweet Potato to put away the letter. He took 2 pots of wine and walked out of the courtyard to the Tide Listening Pavilion. Every time Su Fingyin saw the plaque with the words "Grand and Magnificent" written on it, he felt uncomfortable. If it was just the 9-dragon plaque alone, it would be fine, but there were two other plaques with the words Flying Dragon written on it. Everything in the world was afraid of comparison, which made the Nine Dragon plaque seem even more inferior. When Su Fengyin was 14 years old, the old emperor, who had died unexpectedly, could be said to be a man of great talent and bold vision, but his handwriting was really not flattering. Su Fengyin thought of his second sister, Su Weisheng, who also wrote like an earthworm rolling in mud. He could not help but lament that if his second sister was a man, the 300,000 cavalrymen of Bailiang would be firmly in the hands of the Su family. No matter if Su Fengyin was really stupid or not, he would not be able to escape. Su Fengyin pushed the door open and walked into the tide-listening pavilion hall. He said helplessly, "Second sister, your anger should have subsided by now, right? If not, I'll go to Shangyin Academy and let you scold me." Other than drinking with White Fox's face, he also went through the ancestral records of the Taoist master's residence on Longhu Mountain. Among the 4 Taoist masters of this generation, Huang Manor's chief master, Zhao Shituan, was the second in seniority, but he had the least real power. On the surface, it was Zhao Danxia, the national preceptor, who was the leader of the world's Taoist sections. However, it was said that Zhao Danping, the national preceptor, was not easy to deal with. This Taoist master spent most of the year preaching in the capital, and his various immortal deeds were known to the children. His reputation was not inferior to Zhao Danxia's. The last one, Zhao Shi, was the most senior, but it seemed that no news of him was leaked. Every family had its own difficulties, let alone the residence of a Taoist master with countless Taoist scriptures. Su Fengyin wanted to go upstairs today to find out more about the residence that said, "No one could be a Taoist master unless they are related to my clan." The outside world only knew that the tide-listening pavilion was an armory, but very few people knew that the pavilion's collection of insider information was even more flourishing. Su Fengyin arrived at the second floor. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw a fresh face. It was an old man with a broken arm. He was short, had a goatee, and was wearing an old and tattered sheepskin coat. He stood on his tiptoes and struggled to pull out a martial arts secret manual. He dipped his saliva and opened it to read. Su Fengyin could not feel any flow of qi, so he decided to make a joke. He tiptoed over and whispered, "Old brother, are you here to steal books as well?" The old man ignored him. He read 10 lines at a glance and flipped through the book extremely quickly. The only sound that could be heard in the quiet loft was the sound of him flipping through the pages. Su Fengyin stretched out his head to glance at the book, wanting to see the contents clearly. The old man was cautious and stingy, so he moved the secret book away from him. Su Fengyin put on an act and stuffed a few books into his bosom. He kindly reminded the old man, "Old brother, don't look. Take as many books as you can." The old man tightened his sheepskin coat and ignored his royal highness as if he were deaf. Su Fengyin whispered, "Didn't you see the face of a white fox? Isn't that the man with the saber who is more beautiful than a beauty? His temper is extremely bad. Let's take it easy. Be careful, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The old man finally raised his head and glanced at his royal highness with his cross-eyed eyes. Su Fengyin pretended to be friendly and put his arm around the old man's shoulder. He said with incomparable enthusiasm, "Old brother, the secret manual upstairs is even rarer. I've bribed His Royal Highness maid in the prince's mansion, so I'm relatively familiar with the place. Can I take you there?" The old man's cross-eyed eyes were even more serious, but he did not avoid Su Fengyin's rude action. He seemed to be rather disdainful of the good intentions of this peer beside him. Su Fengyin was just about to speak when he suddenly felt suffocated. He turned around and saw that not only was the white fox present, even Su Xiao and his master Li Yishan were present. Behind Su Xiao were 6 pavilion guards who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The white fox slowly walked over and stared at Su Fengyin as if he was looking an idiot. The great pillar state Su Xiao did not approach. He only bowed slightly and said softly, "Fengyin, I'll have to trouble you during this trip to Bailiang. When and where did the dynasty's only king with a different surname, the king of Bailiang, treat someone so respectfully Even Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu, who was at the peak of his power, didn't have such qualifications, right? Su Fengyan, whose hand was still on the old man's shoulder, stiffened. The white fox was enjoying the show, his peach blossom eyes filled with schadenfreude. Su Fengyan secretly glared at the white fox and slowly withdrew his hand, returning the books to their original places. Su Fengyan glanced at Li Yishan, who had made an exception to come downstairs. The latter shook his head with a smile, his eyes indicating that he had no comment. The Great Pillar State and Li Yishan left together. Su Fengyan clearly sensed that the 6 experts who were guarding the Tideheart Pavilion for different reasons had relaxed their breathing and were no longer tense. The white fox imitated Su Fengyan by putting his arm around Su Fengyan's shoulder and said with a smile, "His temper is unusually bad. Take it easy, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Fengyan wanted to turn around and hug the white fox's shoulder, but the latter dodged and explained awkwardly, "I misheard. His temper is extremely good, extremely good." The white fox left in a carefree manner and climbed up a ladder, continuing to read the books on the 2nd floor. In the end, only His Royal Highness and the cross-eyed old man were left. One was confused, and the other was pretending to be mysterious. Su Fengyan thought for a while and felt that he had finally figured it out. He slightly distanced himself from the old man of unknown origin and said cautiously, "Old brother, are you the expert Su Xiao invited to fight the old monster suppressed under the Tideheart Pavilion?" The old man narrowed his eyes into slits and remained silent. Su Fengyan pretended to be mysterious and said worriedly, "Old brother, this is dangerous. What benefits did Su Xiao promise you? If it's small, don't agree. The great demon suppressed under the pavilion is quite formidable. He has 3 heads and 6 arms, can swallow clouds and spit out fog, and can move mountains and overturn seas." The old man was about to stuff the secret manual into the bookshelf, but he paused and let go. Strangely, the book was suspended in the air and did not fall. The cross-eyed old man turned around and left, annoyed by Su Fengyan's annoying chatter. Su Fengyan's face turned pale. He muttered to himself, "Please don't tell me you're that old monster from the netherworld." The old man's hoarse voice reverberated in the attic. "How did Su Xiao, the butcher, have a son like you? Interesting.